Yeah, I made them up. I have Easy Bake under my desk. Anyways, when we recess to give the committee, I'd ask everyone who likes to partake for a picture on the. Order. Daily routine. Presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports by committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 12 of the Surplus Crown Property Disposal Act, I beg leave to table the report under disposal of surplus Crown property for the period of April 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on Sunday, a new leader of the Liberal Party of Canada will be chosen, and over the coming days, Justin Trudeau will conclude his time as Prime Minister of Canada. Well, we may have had our differences from time to time over the years. I have the utmost respect for the Prime Minister and for his many years of dedication and service to our country. He served during unprecedented times, and at the end of the day, history will only be concerned with the big-ticket items. It's the big-ticket items that shape the future of the country. Sometimes it takes months or years before one can make proper judgment as to how a Prime Minister has handled his responsibilities. But let me run through just a few of his accomplishments. He led the country through the pandemic, one of the greatest challenges a leader has had to face in our country's history. And under his leadership, Canada recovered and fared amongst the best of all countries in the world. This is a big-ticket item. He led us through global conflicts, the unlawful attack on Ukraine by Russia, the first war on European soil in 80 years, since Hitler, in fact, and Canada with a Ukrainian population of 1.5 million people. He stood by them, and he stood with the people of Ukraine against Russian tyranny. And while Donald Trump may not care who wins, or may in fact want to see Russia win that war, I care, and I know the Prime Minister cares. And that's a big-ticket item. Here at home, just this week, the Prime Minister delivered a historic commitment to connect an energy line between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. This will add more clean energy to our grid and create new opportunities to trade electricity with our neighbours for generations to come. That's a big-ticket item. And despite recent events, he had a vision and a steady hand when renegotiating NAFTA during the first Trump administration. When Prime Minister Mulroney did this work, he had Ronald Reagan as a negotiating partner. Imagine the difference. Now the Prime Minister is dealing with the unexplainable behavior of a deranged man to our south. And that's a big-ticket item. Ultimately, historians will reflect on these serious items. The Old Testament says that young men have visions and old men dream dreams. Well, great nations like Canada need a combination of both visions and great dreams. And the Prime Minister provided both to our country. And I wish him the very best of luck and thank him for his incredible service to our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We also want to acknowledge Justin Trudeau's years of public service in the highest office of our country. Regardless of your political affiliation, we can all acknowledge that leading our country isn't an easy task. As the Premier has noted, Prime Minister Trudeau has been at the helm for some very difficult geopolitical situations and an unprecedented public health pandemic. Now he is trying to navigate a tumultuous trade relationship with an incredibly volatile and chaotic president. It is also worth noting that Prime Minister Trudeau stood for 2S LGBTQI+ rights and didn't engage in divisive tactics that vilify some of the most vulnerable populations in our country. We also want to recognize that the Prime Minister accepted the federal New Democrats' bold plans to deliver dental care for more than 3 million Canadians, free birth control for women and gender diverse people across the country, and increased protections for federal workers, like 10 paid sick days and anti-scab legislation. These measures save families from coast to coast to coast thousands of dollars a year at a time when the cost of living has soared. There is so much work left to do, and we are committed to getting Nova Scotians the relief they need. We want to wish the Prime Minister and his family all the best as he moves on to the next chapter of his life and reiterate our appreciation for his public service.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm honoured as a Liberal to rise in my place to recognize Justin Trudeau, someone I had the privilege to meet on a number of occasions and work with on a number of files along with my colleague, a former Premier of this province, the member from Timberlea Prospect. The list is vast for what Prime Minister Trudeau has contributed not only to this province but to the country. I think about childcare, what that has meant to families. I think about pharmacare, dental coverage. I think about his work around the environment. I think about his relationship with First Nations across the country and the very challenging times in our history, whether it was the pandemic, the multiple challenges that our country has faced over the years, and now what we're facing right now with the uncertainty and the unpredictability of the leadership of the United States. As I said, Madam Speaker, as Liberals, we were proud to serve with him. He was our national leader for a decade. He led our party from third place to governing this country for the last decade, as I said, and I rise in my place to recognize him, to thank him for his service, to wish him and his family the very best. I cannot imagine the pressure that anyone would take on being the Prime Minister of Canada, but I believe that Justin Trudeau did it with professionalism, he did it with heart, and he did it with grace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
It is truly a privilege to rise in the House today and recognize a few of the most dedicated and hard-working people in government. I'll direct your attention to the Speaker's Gallery, where we are joined by a few of our social workers from the Department of Opportunities and Social Development. I'll ask them to rise as I say their name. We have Kestiva Benton from our Dartmouth office, a social worker who provides ongoing support to families. Aaron Hall, an adoption social worker from our Bridgewater office. Ashley Cote from our Sydney office, where she works with communities and partners to keep children safe. And Rebecca Wood, who provides ongoing support to families in the Truro area. And really quickly, I'd like to recognize a few of their proudest supporters who are here today as well. They are in the East Gallery: Sylvia Olette, Shauna Clark, and Brandon Grant. They are senior leaders within our service delivery team, and they are also social workers. We also have Shelley James, the Associate Deputy Minister in Opportunities and Social Development, one of the strongest champions for social workers in Nova Scotia. Thank you all so much for being here today and for everything you do as social workers every single day to make the lives better for children and families. I invite you to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas more than 400 social workers at the Department of Opportunities...
Yeah, order. But we haven't moved on from ministerial statements. Yeah, that's all right. We'll get to resolutions. Is there any other ministerial statements? Government notice of motions. The Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas more than 400 social workers at the Department of Opportunities and Social Development do some of the most challenging, emotional, and important work in government, and whereas social workers wear many hats, they're advocates and advisors, change makers, and champions. And they show up every day to offices across this province to help build stronger, more supportive, and more inclusive communities. And whereas March is National Social Worker Month, Appreciation Month, a time to recognize and celebrate the important contributions social workers make every day, not only to our communities, but in the lives of so many Nova Scotians. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in recognizing the impact of social work on our province and thanking our dedicated and tireless social workers at the Department of Opportunities and Social Development and beyond for everything they do. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I should move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas tomorrow, March 8th, is International Women's Day, a day to recognize and celebrate the many contributions of women to our communities, our province, our country, and our world. And whereas Accelerate Action for Gender Equality is the theme of International Women's Day 2025, to emphasize the importance of taking the bold and decisive steps to knock down the barriers that hold girls and women back. And whereas it is important to recognize the women in our lives, and I am blessed with many at home and at the office and certainly here in the legislature, it's important to recognize the women in our lives whose intelligence, resilience, and courage blaze a trail for those who follow. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the legislature challenge discrimination, question bias, and celebrate women's success on International Women's Day and every day. Madam Speaker, I seek waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future date I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Section 5A of the House of Assembly Act requires the appointment within 30 days after coming into force of that section of an independent electoral boundaries commission, the principal mandate of which is to recommend electoral boundaries to provide effective representation of the Acadian region of Shetty Camp and area. And whereas the House of Assembly Act requires the appointment of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission and the assurance of its terms of reference by a select committee of this House, and that the Commission shall recommend such changes to the boundaries of the existing electoral districts as are necessary to ensure compliance with the principal mandate of the Commission. The terms of reference required by subsection 5(b) of that Act and such additional terms of reference as the Commission may determine. And whereas the House Assembly Act requires the Electoral Boundaries Commission to prepare a preliminary report and hold public hearings prior to preparing the preliminary report, that following the preparation of the preliminary report, the Commission hold further public hearings prior to its final report, and that the final report of the Commission be tabled in this House that within 10 sitting days after the final report is tabled in this House. The government introduced legislation to implement the recommendations contained in the final report. Therefore, be it resolved as followed. 1. That pursuant to subsection 5A2 of the House of Assembly Act and the rules and form of procedure of the House of Assembly, a select committee be appointed to determine A, the composition of an independent electoral boundaries commission, and B, the terms of reference for this commission. 2, that the select committee be composed of the following members of this House: the Honourable Member for Argyll, the Honourable Member for Clare, the Honourable Member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park, the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic, the Honourable Member for Citadel Sable Island, the Honourable Member for Sackville Cobequid, and the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect. 3, that the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic be the chair of the Select Committee, that paragraph 1 of Rule 61 of the Rules and Forms of Procedure of the House of Assembly be suspended with respect to the Select Committee, and that the chair only have a vote in the case of a tie. 4, that the Select Committee consult as many interested persons as it reasonably can, including persons of Acadian, African Nova Scotian, and Mi'kmaq communities. B, that pursuant to subsection 36(1) of the House of Assembly Act, this House declare that the Select Committee is not dissolved by prorogation of the House, and authorize the Select Committee to continue its inquiries after the House is prorogued. And 6, the House requests, the pursuant of the House of Assembly Act and the House of Assembly Management Commission Act, the House of Assembly Management Commission Act, Management Commission provide the Select Committee, its members and staff with such facilities and funds as are required to carry out these duties. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas 38% of Nova Scotians self-identify as having one or more disabilities, and whereas the Accessibility Advisory Board, guided by the Accessibility Act and Access by Design 2030, is helping government build a more accessible province, and whereas the board launched its new website, nsaccessibilityboard.ca, this morning, so they can continue to engage and keep Nova Scotians informed on progress. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature congratulate the Accessibility Advisory Board for their launch of their new website and their commitment to accessibility and a more inclusive Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas for 20 years, the Sportfish Habitat Fund has been providing financial support to volunteers working on the protection and restoration of fish habitats, and whereas through a small fee added to sport fishing licenses and online donations, anglers have contributed $5.8 million towards Adopt-A-Stream and other habitat restoration projects, which includes supporting 40 community-based groups that have provided more than 131,000 volunteer hours and created 23 full-time and 45 seasonal jobs annually. And whereas, since 2005, the Sportfish Habitat Fund has supported the restoration of more than 2.5 million square meters of degraded stream habitat, planted 163,000 trees to stabilize stream banks, re-established fish passage to 960 kilometers of important habitat for trout and salmon, and improved the long-standing impacts of acid rain in Sheet Harbour's West River. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly celebrate the 20th anniversary of the fund and thank the anglers of Nova Scotia for their contributions to the Sportfish Habitat Fund and the Nova Scotia Salmon Association, who administers the Adopt-A-Stream program, for their ongoing contributions to freshwater habitat restoration. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes, 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting early termination for domestic violence.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancy Act, respecting early termination for domestic violence.
Bill 77, an act to amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes, 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting early termination for domestic violence.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill which I've tabled previously a few years ago. It's entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 469 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Time Definition Act.
Do we need a couple of minutes to chat? The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 469 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Time Definition Act.
Bill 78, an act to amend Chapter 469 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Time Definition Act.
You can tell it's Friday. I asked everyone respect everyone when they're speaking, especially the chief clerk. He keeps law and order. Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2011, the Fair Drug Pricing Act, respecting Seniors Pharmacare Program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2011, the Fair Drug Pricing Act, respecting the Seniors Pharmacare Program.
Bill 79, an act to amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2011, the Fair Drug Pricing Act, respecting the Seniors Pharmacare Program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 23 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Assessment Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 23 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Assessment Act.
Bill 80, an act to amend Chapter 23 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Assessment Act.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motions. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Digby-Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, tomorrow is International Women's Day. It is an opportunity for all of us to recognize the important women in our lives. I am fortunate to have incredible women in my life, Madam Speaker, including my mom, Wendy, and my sisters, Erin and Anne. The international theme for Women's Day this year is Accelerate Action for Gender Equality. It is an important reminder of the inequalities women face and the progress being made to overcome this. Madam Speaker, we are making progress in this legislature when you consider who occupied these seats only a couple of generations ago. Today, we are surrounded by some remarkable women, and I am very proud to work alongside each of you as we advocate for our communities and our province. As we mark International Women's Day, I hope each of us take the opportunity to reflect on the women who came before us in this historic House. From Gladys Porter, Alexa McDonough, Maxine Cochran, Carla McFarland, and many more. Madam Speaker, this chamber has seen some amazing trailblazing women. We thank them for leading the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, may I make an introduction before my colleague makes a member statement?
Please do.
It's a joint effort today.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we have a couple of guests today who are really special to me. We have Mr. John Stone, who is the father of one of my best friends. He's a teacher. He's known by many. He's not a stranger to this house. He often brings classes of students here. He's a wonderful supporter of the arts and humanities, I would say, in general. And with John, we have John's grandson, Isaac Stone, who is another wonderful friend of mine. He is a very good friend to my two children. I've known him since he was born. He's a curious, intelligent, wonderful kid. And we're going to hear about him in a second. And with Isaac is his good friend, Annie Holland. And Annie, I don't know as well, but I am so happy to meet her today. And I've heard a lot about her through Isaac, and I'm sure we've seen each other at birthday parties. Anyway, welcome to the House. Please, everyone, give Isaac, John, and Annie a warm welcome.
Welcome to the House. Welcome to the House of the People. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize two young members of our community who are especially interested in politics. Isaac Stone and Annie Holland are good friends who live in Halifax Needham. They both attend SGM Elementary, where they are members of the GSA, the Run Club, String Ensemble, and the band. During the provincial election, Isaac watched the entire leaders' debate on YouTube and volunteered for the NDP. He is also hoping to take a trip to watch the action at Canada's House of Commons sometime soon. Annie is proud of the fact that her aunt was a city councillor in Kingston and the former president of the Ontario NDP. They both play a lot of Minecraft, and they love their dogs, Mabel and Arthur. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask this House to join me in thanking Isaac and Annie for being engaged and active members of Halifax Needham and in politics.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to recognize Prime Minister Trudeau. Colleagues mentioned many initiatives, but I want to say that he did more to broaden the social safety net than anyone in my lifetime. And I was fortunate to be part of just some of that as one of the province's first to sign a childcare deal. I was Nova Scotia's Environment Minister during the implementation of the Pan-Canadian Framework in 2017, and of course the tumultuous times of the pandemic, which involved weekly calls. There is no doubt the legacy is leaving behind, whether you agree with him or not, and many have not, that he has put more bread on the table, as Alan J. McEachern would say. And some may not appreciate that Justin really has an incredible memory. When I met up with him in Ottawa recently, he actually remembered not only Freya's name, but her birthday. I was proud to serve with him, and I would just say this, that history will be kind to Justin. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I do my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Speaker, in the gallery, in your gallery, I am honored to introduce Angela Carver, an award-winning volunteer from Hants West and a true friend. I ask that Angela please rise and accept the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, on Saturday, March 8th, we celebrate International Women's Day, and I would like to recognize an outstanding woman in our community. Angela Carver has dedicated nearly 33 years to the CBDC, assisting individuals in starting or expanding their businesses. She is hardworking, compassionate, and consistently brings creative solutions to every project she's involved with. In addition to her professional contributions, Angela is an active volunteer, earning her a 2024 Westance Regional Municipality Award. She generously gives her time to the Rotary Club of Windsor, is heavily involved in the Windsor Township Business Association, and is a past board member to the Avon Chamber of Commerce, making a meaningful impact in everything she does. Madam Speaker, Angela's dedication reminds us of the power of female leadership and the positive change one person can make. On International Women's Day, we honor women like Angela, who are true inspirations in our communities and leading the way to equality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make another introduction, please?
Please do.
In the gallery opposite, we have a great theatre artist and a good friend, Francisca Glenn, and she's one half of the driving force of Gale Force Theatre, and I'm going to celebrate them now. So please, everyone, welcome Francisca.
Welcome to the house. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, in honor of International Women's Day, I rise to honor two extraordinary theatre artists whose curiosity, creativity, craft, warmth, and intelligence have made a huge contribution to the theatrical landscape in Nova Scotia and beyond. Francisca Glenn and Lily Falk are the principal creators at Gale Force Theatre, a company whose mission is making plays with whimsy and heart. They do this incredibly well. Their shows are simple, beautiful, thoughtful, and usually great for both children and adults. Gale Force also provides amazing mentorship to preteen and teenage artists, leading outdoor theatre classes and workshops, usually at Shuby Park in Dartmouth. With a small group of 11 to 14-year-olds, they create nature-inspired original stories using the trees, the canal, and animals as their backdrops. Several Dartmouth North preteens have taken part in Gale Force's workshops, and it is a delight to witness the fruits of their creative labor. I ask the House to join me in thanking two strong, creative gals, in Lily and Francisca, for creating art for everyone.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To celebrate International Women's Day, I always rise to my feet to recognize the three women of my life. My wife, Stephanie, my girls, Emily and Allie. I'm kind of the mascot of the group, Madam Speaker. I'm there for comedic relief, but I'm really proud of Steph and the work that she does in the school system to support kids and families. And I'm really proud of two little girls that are turning into women. So on International Women's Day, I rise my place to recognize really the nucleus of my life and really what matters the most. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I begin, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In the gallery, I'm honored to introduce the two women important in my life, Haley and Starla Burns. Haley, along with her mom, my wife, Starla, are joining today to celebrate International Women's Day, which is tomorrow, March 8th, and I would ask everybody to give them a warm welcome to the House.
Welcome to the house. We hope you enjoy your time here, and we hope you enjoy the male patriarch's career, because he'll be here a lot. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Today I recognize
I knew I'd throw you off.
Haley Burns, a grade 12 student at Charles P. Allen High, and my incredible daughter. Yesterday, Haley received an Aspirations in Computing Award at Dalhousie University. Their Women's Excellence Gala. As a Dalhousie Computer Science alum, I couldn't be prouder. On this International Women's Day, it's inspiring to see young women like Haley excelling in underrepresented fields. At 17, she built and maintained the Bedford Legion's website, honoring her late great-grandfather, a Korean War paratrooper. She also launched Bark Bites, a dog treat business she started in grade 11. Whether in business, volunteering, or on the rugby field, Haley leads by example. While she's pursuing law instead of tech, I know she'll thrive. Haley, Mom, and I are incredibly proud of you. May your story inspire other young women. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In your gallery today, we are honored to have Marge, the life partner of our very own Chuck.
Welcome, Marjorie. We hope you enjoy your time here. Hi, Chuck. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I am delighted to stand here today to wish Chuck and Marge, who are also constituents of Fairview Clayton Park, a happy 50th anniversary.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Just a couple more things I did want to mention. In the 50 years, they have raised Donald and Andrew, and Donald's married to Tiffany, Andrew is married to Lucy, and they have 2 grandchildren, Zachary and Riley. Congratulations!
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Joining us in the gallery today is Tia Lovegrove, and Tia has just joined my office as an intern from Dalhousie Political Science, and so I'd like to welcome Tia to the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, now I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please do.
Amazing. In the gallery today, we're also joined by Chelsea Welsh and Jasmine Welsh. I'd ask them to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Chelsea Welsh, the founder of the Chelsea Madonna School of Music, for their remarkable contributions to our community. This inclusive music school has become a beacon of creativity and acceptance in Halifax. At the heart of their offerings is choir, spelled Q-U-O-I-R, an inclusive, non-additions choir that welcomes singers of all backgrounds and abilities. Meeting weekly in an accessible venue, choir fosters a sense of belonging and joy through music, even when sessions have to go online. Then there is day choir that offers a chance for those who have daytimes available to sing. At the music school, there are classes in voice, piano, songwriting, music theory, and Chelsea has been nominated for the 2025 ECMA Innovator of the Year Award. This is what she says about the honor. This year, I made a huge leap to dedicate my life to music making, and a major portion of that is providing vocal lessons to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, raising their voices now more than ever before, empowering each and every person. Thank you, Chelsea, for your immense contributions to music education, connection, and community.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if they're still up there, though, but I suspect the government will try to do that during question period every time we ask a question. Now they'll probably start clinking their glasses for that. Anyway, happy anniversary to a great couple. I rise in my place, Madam Speaker, on International Women's Day, just to reference many of the women that I worked with in the legislature here over the years. And not only in the legislature, but through the public service. know, I've had the honor to do this for almost a decade now, and I've met some pretty amazing women along the way who have served, such as you, who have served as Speaker, who have served in senior roles in Cabinet and across government. So I just want to rise to my place as someone who's been here for a little while to recognize the women who were there to support me as a colleague, whether it was politically or in the public service, and from all political stripes. You know, politics ends at some point, but you make a lot of friendships along the way, so I want to rise my place to recognize the many wonderful women that I've met. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, permission to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery, we have two Dartmouth legends. We have Joseph and Violet Diab. I'd ask Joseph and Violet to please stand and receive the warm welcome of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a remarkable individual, Joseph Diab, who was named the 2024 Business Person of the Year at the 15th Annual Cedar and Maple Gala. As the president of Baker Drive Developments, Joe has not only built a thriving business, but has also established himself as a respected figure in our community. Joe is a well-known community leader and philanthropist whose actions reflect his deep commitment to making a positive difference. As an honorary chair of the Lead On campaign for the Dartmouth General Hospital Foundation, Joe's leadership extends far beyond his business endeavors. He exemplifies the true meaning of giving back. His generous donation to support the much-needed MRI at the Dartmouth General will undoubtedly improve the lives of countless residents and their families in our community. Madam Speaker, it is with great pride that this House recognized Joe Diab for his outstanding achievements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Joining us in the gallery today are Nicole D'Entremont and Trevor Murphy, and I'd like to extend our warm welcome to the House.
Welcome to the House. You probably have this memorized by now, but we hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madame la Présidente, je suis heureuse de prendre la parole aujourd'hui pour vous faire part du travail de Trevor Murphy. Trevor est musicien, écrivain, animateur, entrepreneur et bien plus encore. Il résume tout cela dans un engagement envers le par en bas power pop, attissé par la nostalgie et l'histoire hyper-régionale. Il dirige actuellement la maison de disques indépendante Acadian Embassy, est à la tête de deux de ses propres groupes, Sluice et Quiet Parade. Il est également le gérant du groupe punk acadien Peanut Butter Sunday. Il est le président de la Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse et le deuxième vice-président du Conseil d'administration de musique Nova Scotia. En juin passé, il a reçu le prix d'excellence de lieutenant-gouverneur pour l'Acadie et la francophonie de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Le mantre de Trevor est « Nous avons de la chance d'être ici, de faire choses que nous aimons avec des gens que nous sommes chers ». Madame la Présidente, de notre part, je remercie Trevor pour ses contributions à la vie culturelle en la Nouvelle-Écosse. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise today and share some of the important work of Trevor Murphy. Trevor is a musician, writer, radio host, entrepreneur, and more. He wraps all of this up in a commitment to power pop that's glued to nostalgia and hyper-regional history. He currently runs the independent record label Acadian Embassy and is at the helm of two of his own bands, Sluice and Quiet Parade. He also manages the Acadian punk group Peanut Butter Sunday. He's the president of the Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse and the second vice president of Music Nova Scotia's board of directors. In 2024, he was awarded the Lieutenant Governor's Award of Excellence for l'Acadie et Francophonie of Nova Scotia. Trevor's mantra is, we're lucky to be here, doing things we love with people we care about. Madam Speaker, on behalf of all of us, I thank Trevor for his contributions to the cultural life of Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Linda Power, who passed away earlier this week. Many members in the House knew Linda, whether it be across the bargaining table, shoulder to shoulder on the campaign trail, or as a fierce and loyal friend. Linda was a tireless advocate her whole life, and the results of her work improved the lives of thousands of Nova Scotians. At this difficult time, I know all members of the legislature send heartfelt condolences to Linda's children, Kathy and Paul, her 7 grandchildren, and her many friends and colleagues. Madam Speaker, I ask that we have a moment of silence in memory of Linda Power. Thank you.
Please stand. You may be seated. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. In honor of International Women's Day, I'd like to take an opportunity to acknowledge a newly opened cafe operating in my constituency, Sully and Porter, led by 2 incredible women, Laura Sullivan and Laura Porter. Laura Sullivan and her spouse took great care in renovating the Oxford Street space to make it their own. Inspired by our scenic neighborhood, they took an extra step to include an ice cream window for the perfect sunny days. After consulting with Laura Porter, a phenomenal baker with cafe operation experience, their professional relationship blossomed and Porter joined the team. Sullivan and Porter are committed to offering community-oriented, artisanal experience. Porter's delightful baked goods are created on-site, and the coffee and tea are sourced from local businesses, Have Fun Coffee, and World Tea House. Please join me in giving these women a round of applause in celebration of their new cafe, and thank you for demonstrating the potential of women small business owners. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I would like to recognize Clara Forrest, who was named Legionnaire of the Year at Westside Legion Branch 126 in Westmount at their annual awards ceremony on February the 22nd. Clara is very active in our community and can always be found at various Legion events and fundraisers. In fact, Clara presented a significant check on awards night on behalf of the Ladies Auxiliary of the Legion. I was so pleased to be at the dinner to participate in presenting Clara with her much-deserved award. Madam Speaker, I would ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Clara for receiving this award. All her work for the Legion and our community of Westmount deserves to be recognized. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
On International Women's Day, I rise to acknowledge my hero and best friend, my mom, Laura Lee, my nanny, Marcella, my aunts, my cousins, my best friends who are my sisters, my mom-in-law and my sister-in-law, and my nieces. I recognize my daughters, Rory and Isla, who inspire me to fight for a better, more equitable world every day. I recognize the member for Cumberland North, who has earned her place in the history books. The first independent member to be re-elected twice as an independent. And this strong, curious, and supportive Nova Scotia NDP family. Our NSNDP family is lucky to have strong, compassionate, curious, diverse folks that lift each other up and fight and advocate for a societal change every day. Happy International Women's Day.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Madam Speaker, in honor of Women's Day, I'll take the time to recognize the future MLA for Timberley Prospect, potentially, my 3-year-old Freya Rankin. In all seriousness, she can be whatever she wants to be, but she has so much personality and already has Dad wrapped around her finger. My favorite day of the week has become Saturday. That's soccer day. And then we go shopping, and she can get basically whatever she wants, and an ice cream or a treat after. And I also want to say thanks to my colleagues for the compliments of my ties lately. That's credit to Freya for stepping up my tie game. And I just want to say thank you to Freya for being such an amazing daughter so far, and looking forward to soccer tomorrow. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week is National Dental Assistant Week, and I want to take a moment to recognize an incredible dental assistant, my daughter, Kelsey Robar. Kelsey exceeds every day, keeping her doctor on top of things, sometimes knowing him better than he knows himself. Madam Speaker, Kelsey has the privilege to work alongside Dr. Habby, an oral surgeon who is well into his late 80s and still working at Cornwall Dental Clinic and PEI. It certainly is my hope that we'll be able to bring Kelsey home someday so that she can actually practice here. But I know Dr. Habby certainly appreciates them working together, and the relationship they have is absolutely incredible. Alongside being an amazing dental assistant, Kelsey is also the mother, and an absolutely incredible mother, to the two bright lights in my life, Easton and Atlas. So a big shout out to Kelsey today, and to all the dental assistants. I hope you have a great week. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. As many of my colleagues have already mentioned, we celebrate the remarkable contributions of women across the globe on International Women's Day. We recognize the strength, resilience, and extraordinary achievements that women have brought to every facet of society throughout history and in our present day. While International Women's Day provides a valuable moment of collective recognition, it is essential to remember the contributions and values are not confined to this one singular day. Women deserve to be empowered and uplifted every single day. Women's rights, equity, and stability must be reinforced every single day, and their perspectives must inform us, particularly as people's representatives, every single day. We must recognize the need to dismantle systemic barriers that women continue to face. It means amplifying their voices, supporting their ambitions, and ensuring they have equal opportunities. Happy International Women's Day to all the women across the world.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today on International Women's Day, we celebrate the strength, the resilience, the achievements of women around the world. We must recognize that the fight for equality, though, is far from over. Too many women continue to live under discriminatory regimes, stripped of their basic rights and freedoms. Their struggle is a stark reminder that progress is never guaranteed. Here at home, we must never take our freedoms for granted. Every setback, every attempt to erode a woman's rights must be met with unwavering resistance. Today, we stand in solidarity with women everywhere, demanding justice, equality, and the right to live free from oppression. Today, Madam Speaker, I want to honor three incredible women: Alana Pond, former independent MLA from Richmond, Martha McCorry, and Nargis Molitor for their dedication and contributions to the world of public service. Today, let it be more than just a day of celebration. Let it be a renewed commitment to stand firm, speak out, and be fearless in fighting for the rights of other women. A real celebration today would be that if we pass legislation in this House against the misuse of NDAs, because when women rise, we all rise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 10-year anniversary of a local female-owned and operated small business in Port Hawkesbury, Cutting Edge Studio and Boutique. Owner Ashley Taylor opened the hair salon portion of Cutting Edge in 2015. In 2017, Ashley grew the business to include a clothing and accessory boutique to increase the number of options in town. Ashley also teaches a needle felting workshop at the Strait Area Museum and has done fundraising for the Leaside Women's Shelter through Christmas Families. Madam Speaker, I ask members of this legislature to join me in congratulating Ashley on 10 years of cutting-edge support for our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, as we embark on International Women's Day, I rise today to recognize all women for their achievements in life. Today and every day, we should remember that we are all here because of women, and the achievements of women form the literal framework of our everyday lives. Remember, you wouldn't exist without us. You're welcome. International Women's Day is a time to reflect on progress made and to celebrate acts of courage and determination by everyday women who have played an extraordinary role in the history of their countries and communities. Women have spearheaded important legislation, founded groundbreaking companies, and composed our favorite songs. We are still boots on the ground, demanding change and fighting for our rights, which is why, as a woman, I am fueled by some wise words by Diana Troy. I will fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. Sisters in battle, I am shield and blade to you, and as I breathe, your enemies will know no sanctuary. While I live, your cause is mine. So happy International Women's Day to everyone, to all my sisters.
Stickler, yes, you're going to have to quote. You're going to have to table that quote. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, as a second female speaker and a strong independent woman yourself, I take great pride in addressing you as I read my statement today. International Women's Day is a day to recognize and celebrate women and girls' social, economic, cultural, and political achievements. The 2025 Canadian theme is Strength in Every Story. Every woman's story is a testament to resiliency, determination, and the power of opportunity. It is a day highlighting progress, the advancement in women's rights, and the full participation in aspects of society. I'm fortunate to be surrounded by independent women, beginning with my wife, Junie. Full disclosure, if not for her, I wouldn't have survived my youth, surely not my adulthood. Our daughters, Robin and Kennedy, are incredible, and I couldn't be more proud of them. My constituent assistant, Heidi, and my part-time assistant, Gabby, worked so hard for Glace Bay and Dominion. And of course, I want to recognize all the amazing female members in this House. Nova Scotia is in good hands. Thank you, ladies.
Oh, buddy, I'm aggressive and sarcastic, but you brought a tear to my eye. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierce.
Speaker, on International Women's Day, I pay tribute to all the strong Cape Breton women and gender-diverse folks who have paved and continue to pave the way for the next generation. The road is not easy. It is full of ruts, potholes, and at times craters, but they keep going, trying to make the road smoother for those coming behind. Yes. We stand on the shoulders of strong women who open doors so we can step through, take their own chairs to meetings so that we have a seat at the table, yes, and stand up for the rights of others and name sexism and misogyny. We have a long way to go to become a more inclusive and equitable province, country, and world. I want to acknowledge the women who were denied their rightful place, who had their voices silenced, who had their dreams taken from them. You are not forgotten. No. We hear you. We will remember you. Thank you.
For Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise in my place today to recognize Jackie Jardine McKean, the managing editor of Pictou Advocate. The Advocate is a weekly newspaper produced and printed in Pictou County. Jackie's made an outstanding impact in her community through a distinguished career in journalism, where her insightful reporting has shed light on important issues and uplifted countless voices. Her advocacy for truth and her commitment to highlighting local stories has left an indelible mark in our local newspaper. Beyond her professional achievements, Jackie's dedication to volunteer work has further enriched the lives of those around her. She has been heavily involved in volunteer work with organizations like Habitat for Humanity, Big Brothers Big Sisters, United Way, Children's Wish Foundation, Riverfront Music Jubilee, and the Dragon Boat Races, to name a few. Jackie and her husband Mike are known as Pictou County's most active volunteers. Jackie's unwavering commitment to both her craft and her community exemplifies the true spirit of service and leadership. Thank you, Jackie. Her strong connection to our community continues to inspire everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Order. The time is now 10 o'clock. We will finish at 10:50. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my office recently supported a constituent who left a violent relationship. Her abuser was charged by police with assault and at the time was evading arrest. she had been assessed as being a high risk of being killed by her partner. Despite of all of this, she was initially denied the gender-based violence rent supplement because she couldn't leave the home in which the abuse had taken place, although her ex had. Why is there a requirement for survivors to leave their homes to qualify for the gender-based violence targeted housing benefit, even when the abuser has left the home and is not allowed on the property?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that gender-based violence, intimate partner violence is at epidemic levels in this province. We know that there are just too many tragedies and so much loss. We all feel that as Nova Scotians. I'm not familiar with the program the member is talking about, but I'm certainly happy to get a better understanding and make sure we do what's right for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that answer from the Premier, and I will just talk a little bit more about the program to give some more context. My constituent looked for a new place, but due to the ongoing housing crisis, she could not find one that she could afford for her and her child. So when she finally did find an apartment she could somewhat afford, she was told she no longer qualified for the benefit because it had taken her too long to find a new place. My office intervened, and she was eventually was granted the gender-based violence rent supplement. So especially given the housing crisis, why is the timeline for folks applying for this this benefit, why is the timeline so short for people to find the benefit? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly that doesn't sit well with me hearing that. I don't know the details of the program. I understand there is a federal component to the program, but we'll certainly take that back and make sure that the program is meeting the needs it's designed to, and this certainly would sound like an example where there might be a miss. So we're happy to take that and review that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday's announcement gives our country a one-month reprieve from the worst of the tariff crisis. That's welcome news, and I'm glad to see the government maintain non-tariff measures to keep the pressure on. But a one-month reprieve is not a solution, it's an opportunity. Over the next month, we need to focus on strengthening our economy, supporting industries affected by the crisis, and ensuring that Nova Scotia is in a stronger position moving forward. My question to the Premier, what concrete steps will the government take over the next month to protect and support Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly the one month is really hard on Canadians, and now we know on Americans too. I think Americans are getting pretty fed up with what's happening here as well. But certainly, the 1 month is not a solution, and that is why we will continue the non-tariff measures, and that is why my Premier colleagues across the country are also continuing. That is why the federal government is also continuing. So we send the message that this is not an acceptable situation. It's no way to treat your best friend and ally, especially at the time that the president seems to be embracing Russia. No tariffs on Russia, but tariffs on Canada. Makes no sense. We will continue to take that strong Team Canada approach to send the message that the answer is no tariffs.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Yeah, that Twitter account is something else, Madam Speaker, coming out of the States. Madam Speaker, the Premier has spoken about the importance of interprovincial cooperation and reducing trade barriers to grow our economy. Yet Nova Scotia is the only province in Canada that applies a de-transfer tax specifically on Canadians from other provinces. At a time when we should be working to attract new investment and strengthen economic ties across the country, the government is choosing to implement a policy that does the exact opposite. How does the Premier justify this tax when it directly contradicts his government's stated goal of fostering economic cooperation between provinces?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Sometimes when you're in government, Madam Speaker, you got to thread needles. That's what was lost on the prior government. But we have a housing crisis. somebody making the decision to buy a home is making a very distinct decision and probably generally a one-time decision. And that deed transfer tax does not apply to people who actually buy the home from away and move here to Nova Scotia. So this is about supporting Nova Scotians. The daily trade back and forth, I don't know a lot of homes that are daily trading back and forth, Madam Speaker. Those are the barriers we need to remove to open up opportunities for companies. And I hope the member opposite will support Nova Scotians in supporting and protecting our housing stock.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And seasonal homes do support our tourism sector, and we have some questions around why we want to implement this now. Madam Speaker, other provinces like Ontario and British Columbia have taken steps to curb foreign real estate speculation, but they have not imposed barriers on Canadians moving from other provinces. Nova Scotia stands alone in penalizing fellow Canadians who want to invest, settle, or retire here. At a time when we need to grow our economy, this tax sends the opposite message. Instead of discouraging new residents and investment from our provinces, will the Premier commit to changing this policy and focus on foreign speculation like Ontario and BC rather than targeting fellow Canadians?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
In fact, this is focused on speculation because if you buy it and move here, then you're not subject to the deed. So this is for residents. So I think the member, I would just encourage the member before he makes recommendations of changes, he should understand the actual policy first.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Existing residential tenancy protections for survivors of intimate partner violence do not go far enough. We've heard from several constituents that after leaving an abusive relationship, they want to remain in their existing home under the same lease, but with one small change: to remove the ex-partner's name. Time and time again, tenants are being told that this is not possible. Instead, are being offered new leases that are often fixed term and at a much higher rent. Will this government commit to enhancing the residential tenancies protections for survivors of intimate partner violence?
I recognize the Honourable Member, Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for this very important question. Madam Speaker, when I stood in this House before and said that we want to be able to make improvements to the residential tenancy program, and we're always going to be listening to Nova Scotians and how we can do that, I truly, truly mean it, Madam Speaker. And this is a very good example. I know that there was a bill that was introduced today. I am going to take that back to the team. We're going to look at some of the challenges that, of course, individuals who are seeing themselves in an intimate partner violence situation or a domestic violence situation deserve safety, and they deserve a place that they can start their lives. And of course, Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to prevent this from happening. And I'm very proud of the minister and the work that's happening with the status of women also, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much, and I truly appreciate the minister's answer. Survivors of intimate partner violence living in rental housing need more protections now. They deserve the stability of being able to remain in their home under the same lease terms if they feel safe doing so. Will the minister provide a timeline as to when these changes could be seen in the Residential Tenancies Act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and of course, thank you to the member again for this important question. And so I will make a commitment to look into this and making sure that we are always looking for ways to improve the residential tenancy program, Madam Speaker. But I would encourage anyone who finds himself in a situation, whether it's fleeing domestic violence or, again, as we talked in this House before, Madam Speaker, if anyone has any questions around the residential tenancy program, of course, they have to reach out to us. We want a program that works for everyone, Madam Speaker, and that especially means for people in their time of need and fleeing, again, unimaginable circumstances. So we want to be a government that's there for Nova Scotians. And Madam Speaker, I know that we are, and we're doing incredible work under the minister with the status of women, with the national action plan that's been signed, and many investments that we're going to continue to do this good work, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Health and Wellness recognized recently that the time was of the essence to get a bilateral pharmacare deal done for Nova Scotians. This money has been on the table for months, and the government hasn't made a deal happen. Why is the government moving so slowly to get a pharmacare deal done?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question that I've answered at least 6 times in the last 3 weeks. So the conversation continues. We appreciate that there is an opportunity for Nova Scotians, but we also have to look at the sustainability of this program. We need to make sure that when the money sunsets, and it inevitably will, that this is a program that we're able to continue. We're also working with experts in the field to make sure that the information in the potential negotiations is actually meeting the needs of Nova Scotians. So we understand that there is an opportunity here. We're in constant conversation, and we will do what we think is best for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker, and we will continue asking because the federal funding for pharmacare that is on the table would substantially reduce the cost for Nova Scotians who are currently struggling to afford food and housing. It would also be economically beneficial for the province because programs that offer free birth control have been shown to be revenue positive. The cost of providing free birth control is considerably lower than the costs associated with unintended pregnancy. Why is the government not acting in the best interest of Nova Scotians when it comes to free birth control?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
These negotiations cannot be rushed. These conversations cannot be rushed. We see when we rush, we can make a mistake. Certainly, the childcare deal could have been a more robust deal. It could have included our private daycare owners. We need to be careful when we go forward. There are a number of things that we're doing to support Nova Scotians with access to birth control, but also access to diabetes care. We've introduced the continuous glucose monitoring program. We've expanded the pump program. We are working very hard to do the right things that are practical for Nova Scotians and knowing that there are infinite requests on a finite resource, and we will continue to do that. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, transgender and gender diverse people in Canada are disproportionately affected by gender-based violence, with 59% reporting experiences of violent victimization compared to 37% of cisgender people. And 67% of LGBT+ women report experiencing inter-partner violence compared to 44% of all women. Nova Scotian gender-based violence organizations want to increase their capacity to respond. Can the minister commit to providing specific funding for capacity building in the sector on the issues facing 2S LGBTQIA+ Nova Scotians?
May I ask which minister you are asking? I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
The Minister on the Status of Women.
Okay. I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women Act.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And we are always willing to collaborate and work with the sector and listen to the needs of the sector. So I hear your point, and I will take it away and revisit it at a later date. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now I would like to ask the Minister of Justice a question. Gender-based violence against queer and trans folks manifests itself everywhere, including all public spaces, cafes, stores, walking down the street, schools, workplaces, etc. Trans and gender diverse people are more than twice as likely as cisgender people to have experienced unwanted sexual behaviors in public spaces that make them feel unsafe or uncomfortable, 58% versus 23%. Addressing the gender-based violence facing the 2S LGBTQIA+ community should be part of the action plan. When will the 2S LGBTQIA+ action plan be released?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And I want to be really clear. There is no place for hate in Nova Scotia. There is no place for hate in Nova Scotia. And we stand with all people who experience these issues. Madam Speaker, we also know that certain groups are disproportionately represented in those who are on the receiving end. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we have to work across department. We have to work across government. We have to work with community in addressing these complex issues that are intersectional and that affect the most marginalized people. Madam Speaker, I am proud that we are working on an action plan for our to us LGBTQIA+ communities. Much consultation has been completed. We are in the process of reviewing that important feedback from community, and we will be delivering on that soon.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Justice. We celebrate today and tomorrow International Women's Day. But, Madam Speaker, as we celebrate and honor women, I feel like we need to do more than just bring accolades. I feel like we need to put our words into action. And one of the glaring one of the glaring things that we've continued to ignore in this House is removing the misuse of non-disclosure agreements in cases of sexual assault. And I'm wondering today, if the Minister of Justice will take a closer look at this, honoring the women of this province who have been silenced, and will she look at this piece of legislation and pass this bill today? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's no questions allowed on bills on the order page, so I ask you to rephrase that question. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the minister commit to ending the misuse of non-disclosure agreements in cases of sexual assault? Thank you.
I recognize the honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the opportunity to speak once again on the question of NDAs in this House. Madam Speaker, we understand that survivors and victims must be supported with sensitivity and with respect. And Madam Speaker, that includes having a trauma-informed approach to this. NDAs, or non-disclosure agreements, also need to be considered in this light. And we know that NDAs are something that are used to maintain confidentiality for folks who've been involved in a concern. We know and we've heard the important voices of folks who feel harmed by and have been harmed by the use of NDAs, but Madam Speaker, the silent voices of those who seek protection of NDAs must also be considered when we assess how to move forward on this issue.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Victims of sexual assault, victims of sexual harassment, sexual violence, sexual battery deserve more. Right now, Madam Speaker, they have been silenced. Too many have been silenced by non-disclosure agreements in this province. Many fall into depression. Many struggle with mental illness after years of this. Some have requested to meet with the Premier, and they are very discouraged that he has not been willing to meet with them. Madam Speaker, the question has to be asked. Who is this government protecting? Who is this government protecting?
Order. 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 The member of Cumberland North, when I say order, it does not mean to keep yelling across the floor, while speaking across the floor. I'm going to ask you to rephrase the way you are putting your question, please. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister of Justice share with us the reasons why?
Someone could get up and speak for 45 seconds, or we can move on to the next question. I recognize the honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, let me be very clear. We are protecting Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, I have read the PEI legislation. I have read the report of the Manitoba Law Commission, who recommended against legislation around NDAs. I have read with great interest the Uniform Law Conference of Canada's reports on this issue, and Madam Speaker, I am looking forward to hosting them this summer as they consider how to move forward for all provinces. And we are considering this with the finest detail and the most interest, because we know this is an important issue. We know this impacts Nova Scotians, and we want to do the right thing, Madam Speaker. We can't rush it. We need to be considerate of all of the relevant factors, and we will do that.
Order. Before we move on, you know, the Speaker rules on words and phrases, and I would hope that no one in this room suggests that anyone is covering any kind of illegal acts or was. I do not want to hear that again. That goes for everyone in this room. Wouldn't matter if it went to one side to the other. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, midwives are a proven solution to strengthening maternal and newborn health. They can ease pressure on family doctors, reduce ER visits, and provide critical care to families who might otherwise go without. But instead of expanding midwifery services, this government has chosen to ignore the need, leaving just 3 seats in the entire province offering funded midwifery care. Can the Minister of Health explain why this government refuses to invest in midwifery care when families across Nova Scotia are calling for it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly we know that midwives provide care across this province. Historically, there has been 16. That number has been increased to 19 people who are working in the sector. We do keep track very closely of folks who are waiting for services, and we know that the wait list, certainly in South Shore, there are 6 clients on the wait list as of 2024, and there's currently 1 person on the wait list waiting for midwifery care. And at St. Martha's, we know that there are about 40 families that are receiving care through midwifery. So we watch this program very carefully. We need to stabilize the workforce we have. There is some information that we're waiting to review, and we'll consider it as we move forward.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia has one of the lowest rates of midwives per capita in the country, just 2.6 per 100,000 people, well below the national average of 4.7. Over 1,200 letters were sent to this government last year, urging them to expand access. The Association of Nova Scotia Midwives see this need. They want to help. But instead of listening, this government ignored this issue in their latest budget, failing to fund even a single new midwife position. Will the minister commit today to expanding midwifery services to more families can get the care they need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to encourage families, women who are pregnant in this province, that we have excellent prenatal care in this province that's delivered by midwives, by nurse practitioners, by family physicians, by obstetricians as well. So we have a very robust system. Midwives are an important part of that system. We continue to look at where we can support Nova Scotians. There's a great project that's happening with Dudgegamik to understand how midwives can work in First Nation community and support prenatal care and delivery there. So there's a number of things that are ongoing. We continue to look at ways that we can provide access to care across the province, and midwifery certainly is an important part of that primary care team.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Needham.
Madam Speaker, we're hearing loud and clear that the lack of homes people can afford in this province is creating a huge barrier for women who want to leave abusive relationships. Shelters and transition houses have said that they're seeing slower turnovers, increasing wait lists, and some women even returning to the person that was causing the harm. This is all because there's not enough housing that women can actually afford. Madam Speaker, my question is to the minister responsible for housing. Why is this government keeping housing out of reach for women?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women Act.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And, just ahead of International Women's Day, I'm so glad that this question came forward because we were so pleased to announce new stabilization funding for the sector to wrap around for support. So it's over $17 million over 4 years just to help efforts just like this. So we've heard from the sector, we'll continue to hear from the sector, and we'll continue to apply that work. Thank you so much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Announcements are great, and we are super happy about that, but housing is not in existence right now. Rent supplements are a Band-Aid solution that work in some cases, but they're not homes. They're not permanent, and they can't address the depth of the problem that we're seeing. We're truly hearing of this everywhere. Even in the recently released community health plan for the Northern Zone, one participant is quoted as saying that with a lack of money and housing, there's no place to hide. You put up with a hell of a lot if you have nowhere to go, and I'll table that. Madam Speaker, with the message coming through so clearly from so many sources, why is the minister not doing more to ensure there are homes that women can afford?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women Act.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And I would encourage, all members to get out and support the sector. And in particular, one spot that stands out to me is the Byrony House. And when we went to the Byrony House, the number one thing that they said is that no matter what, when women and children are fleeing these situations, they will not be turned away, and we will have somewhere for them to go. There is always going to be more that we want to do, and we will continue to do that work. You're seeing that work happening, and you're seeing it happen today. And I couldn't be happier to see it happen. Thank you so much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, up to 50% of cancers present in the densest breast, that is categories C and D, may be missed with regular screening. We've known this for years, and we know what the consequences are. Why is this government not providing additional screening for women with category C and D dense breasts?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question, and certainly we've had a number of conversations over the last couple of years in regards to this. So dense breasts is one risk factor, but it is not the only risk factor. So individuals it's made known to them whether or not they have dense breasts post-mammography. It's an important conversation they need to have with their clinician, and there is a wraparound program. We work with Nova Scotia Breast Program to understand best practice. So there is enhanced screening that can happen based on a conversation. Dense breasts is one risk factor, but it's not the only risk factor. And so I just would encourage folks that we are following best practice. We are one of only 2 provinces that has a high-risk breast screening program in the country, and we'll continue to work with the experts to understand any emerging evidence. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, in 2019, Nova Scotia began to directly inform women of their breast density category, A, B, C, or D, after their screening mammogram. This lets women know whether they are at risk of having missed a cancer diagnosis, but it doesn't create a pathway for these women to access the screening. What the minister has just mentioned does not happen as a matter of course for most women. We've heard that from them time and time again. So most women who have dense breasts do not get the access to the screening that they need to detect their cancer early. So why is the government blocking women's access to essential life-saving screening?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I actually think that's a terrible thing to say, that we are blocking women's access to care. We have invested a significant amount of money. Nova Scotia's breast cancer detection rate meets or exceeds national targets in all age groups. Nova Scotia exceeds the national target of less than 70% of breast cancers that have not spread. Density distribution in Nova Scotia for all ages being screened is 27%. We are working so hard to improve women's women's health. We are not holding back a resource. We're working with the Nova Scotia Breast Screening Program. We are trying to understand emerging evidence. I understand it is very frightening for people when they have a diagnosis of dense breast, but it is one of the number of risk factors.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to ask the Minister of CCTH his first question. We know that we have to do more to buy local, and farmers markets are going to be an important part of the effort for many Nova Scotians. Since 2019, the Department of CCTH has been supporting the Nourishing Communities Food Coupon Program, which helps Nova Scotians facing food insecurity purchase healthy food from local markets, a win-win policy. Farmers Markets of Nova Scotia has asked for increased funding to this program so they can support more families and put more money into our farmers markets. Will the Minister of CCTH commit to putting the requested augmentation of this program that's so important to local farmers markets? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable minister. Everyone's so excited I haven't even got your title out. Of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. We know rising costs of living, including food, continues to be a concern for all Nova Scotians. That's why we continue to support the program, the coupon program, and investing $422,000 annually, and we'll continue to do that. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
I know it was your first time, but I remind members to speak through the chair to. I recognize the honor. Well, you know what? You gotta learn somehow. I recognize. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Strict Speaker. The government just increased support for big grocers, but it doesn't help local markets and doesn't help those that are most in need. The member referenced a figure that is less than half of the figure requested, and 100% of the funding in the Nourishing Food Program goes towards supporting local farmers and producers in 37 communities in our province. This is an example of the government doing real stimulus, building local economy, and helping those who are food insecure. Will the Minister of CCTH commit to meeting with the farmers markets of Nova Scotia to help them eliminate the long wait list that they have now? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will definitely do that, Madam Speaker. I'll meet with the farmers markets of Nova Scotia. Plan on meeting them. I have a scheduled meeting. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Yes, I do. I do have a scheduled. Yeah, I do have a scheduled meeting with farmers markets in Nova Scotia. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, on International Women's Day, we recognize the fundamental right to reproductive health care. Yet in Nova Scotia, access to procedural abortions remain limited, with only 4 hospitals offering the procedure and none in Cape Breton. For many women, that means long hours of travel, time off work, and financial barriers just to access essential health care. Does the Minister of Health and this government think it's acceptable for women in Cape Breton to face unnecessary obstacles when accessing the reproductive health care they are legally entitled to?
Once again, a reminder through the chair to the member. I recognize the honourable member for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I certainly agree that women need access to safe reproductive services, and Eastern Zone currently does not have any access to termination of pregnancy in the Eastern Zone. So we understand that. We also recognize that there are a number of opportunities, there are a number of groups and ways in which individuals can be funded in order to access abortion care. And so through the self-referral pathway, women can access information and understand how best test if they need surgical abortion procedures. Medical abortion procedures are available through primary care providers and other practitioners in the Eastern Zone.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Speaker, the reality is women in Cape Breton still lack access to the reproductive health care they need when they need it. Abortion is health care, full stop. Delays and barriers put women and gender-diverse people at risk and undermine their right to make decisions about their own bodies. Now, more than ever, this government must act to defend and expand access to abortion services. When will this government take real action to expand abortion services in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity that the member provides for us to have this conversation in the legislature. So what I will say is that medical abortions are available throughout the province from primary care providers, and if someone isn't sure where to go, they can certainly reach out and talk to the Rose Clinic, which is the abortion clinic in Halifax, and those individuals who work in Rose Clinic can help individuals navigate their local area to understand where surgical abortions are available, and also if there are barriers. Sometimes people want to receive abortion care outside of their community for a variety of different reasons. So the uniqueness of the individual is upheld through the Rose Clinic. If individuals call that number, their situation is discussed, and certainly they're navigated to the right resource.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, women in Nova Scotia are being left behind by this province. In this province, more than half of low-wage workers are women. And for every dollar earned by men in Nova Scotia, women earn 77 cents. This is a pretty shameful statistic for Nova Scotia to hold in 2025. What is this government doing to address this disparity?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women Act.
You did real good. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I do have to acknowledge, and ahead of International Women's Day, this government is absolutely not leaving women behind. Actually, women are here, and it's pretty great. So starting in 2005, more than 37,000 Nova Scotians receiving income assistance will see their payments increase by 3.1%. In 2023, more than half, 50.6% of income assistance recipients were women. And then effective on just after April 1st, beginning 2025, the current minimum wage for employees has been adjusted for the percentage of projected annual consumer price index. Women make up half of our population. They deserve the same equity options as men.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, the gender wage gap is an issue everywhere, not just Nova Scotia. But Nova Scotia is unique, where female poverty is the highest in Nova Scotia at 13.2%. This is not where we want to be leaders. This is a direct result of systemic issues like the gender wage gap. To the Minister of Finance, after 4 years in this government, where is the progress and where is the money?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women's Act.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. So our government is committed to strengthening women's economic security in this province. One of those programs that I'm so happy to talk about is the STEM program. This is the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics program to help those experiencing gender-based violence achieve financial stability. By seeing more women in better paying jobs in more established positions, we're helping to fight against gender-based violence across all departments, not just within finance, not just within health, and not just within labor. So we're looking at this from an all-of-government approach. We're looking at it from an all-of-society approach, and we do appreciate the concern. Thank you so much.
I I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Katie Reynolds was looking forward to going back to work after her 18-month maternity leave was over. She had planned this move in advance and signed on to daycare wait lists when she was 7 months pregnant. But when the time came, there was no spot for her daughter. What is the government doing to create enough daycare spots for the parents and caregivers who need them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're continuing to work with the sector. Obviously, Madam Speaker, we just renewed the child care agreement with the federal government. Madam Speaker, part of the discussions on that is that we need a Nova Scotia solution, and that'll include fairness for Nova Scotians, just as they have across this country where private sector can be involved in this, Madam Speaker. We've got to get all parts of the sector involved so there's more spaces for more people in this province.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. Not being able to return to work can feel like a loss of independence. As Katie explained, you are now financially dependent on someone, and as a female, that can feel really difficult for me to process, and I'm going to have to go to him for everything. Can the minister tell us when all mothers will be able to freely choose when they go back to work?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Obviously, we want every single person, no matter their gender, but especially women, to go back to work whenever they want, Madam Speaker. So that's why we're making historical investments in daycare. That's why we're making historical investments in after-school programs, and that's why we'll continue to do that, Madam Speaker. We want more women in the workforce. We want more women. I'm a father of 2 young girls. They can be whatever they want to be. And, Madam Speaker, I will do everything in my power. This government will do everything in their power to ensure that every woman has equal rights.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Access to health care services, if one has mental illness, has long been a challenge for this province. Our emergency departments are often not staffed adequately to meet the needs of persons with mental illness or addictions, and often are discharged and put out on the street without care. Recently in the news, we've seen 2 deaths in Nova Scotia of young men that police tasered and then subsequently died tragically. In both cases, police suggested that mental illness was a factor, and I'll table those documents. Can the minister tell us today what is his department's response to this incident, and does he acknowledge there are gaps in care for persons with mental illness? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for an important question. These are certainly tragic situations that I can't comment on specifically. We've certainly been working very hard across the entire system to increase access to care. In the member zone specifically, in the spring, there'll be 2 new services opening up, including a new integrated youth service center and also a new recovery support center, offering supports close to home, and people won't have to go to the emergency department. There's lots to do, but I would say we've done more in our term than anyone else ever has before us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly we are grateful for the work and investment that has been made in our area, for sure. Another incident involving a young woman stabbing a young child has also made the news. The mother of the young woman went public, and she stated, Madam Speaker, and I'll table this document, she understands that people are angry with her daughter. She's angry too, but she says the 19-year-old is also severely unwell. She warned police, social workers, doctors, shelter workers, therapists, and even neighbors that her daughter was dangerous. She goes on to say, I need things to change, and I need the government to hear this, and I need health services to hear this too. I need everyone to hear this. I'll table this. Madam Speaker, can the minister tell us what is he going to do?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
This was a very tragic situation, certainly for the child and the family and the entire community. I certainly can't comment on the case specifically on the floor of the legislature because there's an active investigation currently underway. I would say in the province of Nova Scotia, we do have the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act, which is ensured to keep people safe and keep the community safe, where police can bring people to the hospital for assessment through a psychiatrist who can then be hospitalized if deemed fit. So there's lots of work we're doing, Madam Speaker. Situations as these can be incredibly complex, so we'll do everything that we can for sure. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Speaker, in 2024, there were 1,141 newborns referred to unattached newborn clinics across the province, or 60% of births in Nova Scotia. While helpful, these are temporary stopgaps. At best, newborns become toddlers who need growth and development assessments and immunizations before starting school. Given the registry, these children will be waiting months or years to access a collaborative care centre. I asked the minister, what is the plan to provide essential preschool primary care to Nova Scotia children?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for a really important question. So certainly those unattached baby clinics have been very important in order to make sure that, babies and mums are seen on a regular basis to ensure that things are going as they should be. So in terms of ongoing care, those folks on the Need a Family Practice Registry, they would be attached for a period of time. In terms of developmental screening into toddlerhood and into preschool age, we would be looking through public health at ways in which we can reach out to make sure that these developmental milestones are reached, connecting families with a variety of different sources. And I think it looks different in every community. And certainly the primary care clinics are also an avenue where children can be assessed.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, we know in Nova Scotia there are many homes where one member of the family is attached to a primary care provider. In some instances, that person is the parent but not the child. This is incredibly stressful to families when they have a sick child or growth concerns because while the parent may be attached, they're not. This leads to frequent episodic emergency visits with no continuous care. I asked the minister, is there priority within the registry to have children, unattached children, with parents who are attached primary care providers to be included?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say certainly we, through the work that happens with the Need a Family Practice Registries, people who are utilizing the system, there is a way in which, not fully, but in a way triaged in order to attach to care. So what would be important is that if the entire family is trying to move, not just the children, if that primary care provider doesn't feel they're able to take on the family, that those parents put themselves on the Need a Family Practice Registry as well, update their information, explain either through correspondence electronically or at 811 why they need to go as a family. So certainly there's work happening to ensure that people are placed. Of course, we want families to be together, but there are times that isn't possible.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Men are overwhelmingly the cause of gender-based violence, and that's why we need to step up and be part of the solution. New Leaf is doing just that. This organization provides counseling and support for men who are at risk of being abusive. But the funding they need to do this work is unstable and piecemeal. How can programs like New Leaf know they will be able to keep doing this important work for years to come?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, we have numerous programs that work with men's groups across the province, New Leaf being one of them. Our department funds those programs. New Leaf's received, I think, $432,000 last year, $422,000 the year before. They have an application in. It's under review, and we will see what we can do to support these associations. But we all know that one incident of intimate partner violence is too many. And I want to credit the Minister of the Status of Women for the announcement she and the Premier made this morning supporting transition houses across Nova Scotia. What a great announcement. What a great effort by our government.
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to the ministers has expired. Government business. Oh, I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee of the whole House on supply.
No talkers? Okay. The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order, please. The Committee of Whole on Supply will come to order. It is now 11:07 a.m. The committee must rise to report to the House before the hour of adjournment, which today is 6 p.m. I recognize the Government Deputy House Leader.
Chair, would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development, Resolution E18.
Revised that a sum not exceeding $1,676,809,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Opportunities and Social Development pursuant to the estimate. I will now recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm conceding my time for now to the member from Cumberland North.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague, and look forward to being able to ask some questions for the minister. I have to say I love the name, the new name of the department, Opportunities and Social Development. And my first question to the minister is, first of all, I just want to say I was really pleased to learn that intake has gone back to local offices. And it's always challenging when people are going through a hard time and stressful time, similar with mental illness, when they have to call this central number and go through this phone thing and pressing this different numbers to talk to a real person. So I'm really pleased to see that intake has gone back for this department back to the local offices. And I know the minister can't share any kind of information that could be tied directly to individuals for confidentiality reason. But I'm wondering if the minister is able to share if the numbers are up, are the numbers down for the number of people requiring income support from the government, from this department. And if the minister is able to share that kind of information, and I am actually looking specifically for Cumberland County or Northern Zone, if that's the closest, if the minister is able to share if the numbers are up or down, is he also able to share some demographic information? And the reason I'm asking that, Mr. Chair, is some stakeholders in the community that I've been working with, we've been trying to brainstorm on initiatives and strategies that we could undertake to lift people up, to empower people, and try to find, what are the root causes that people are in need. And with our food banks, for example, Mr. Chair. And in order to do so, it is important to better understand, who are those people in need. And what I am hearing anecdotally, say the word, is that there is more and more young people in the younger demographic than ever before, requiring food bank assistance or requiring support from through income assistance through the department. And if that is the case, Mr. Chair, we want to look at ways of how can we best help people so that we want to help people when they're in need, but ideally we want to lift them up and empower them so that they are able to have a job and have a purpose and improve their self-esteem and so on. So I'll start with that question for the minister. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member opposite for her question. And she and I spoke yesterday. I was hoping she was going to get to ask me questions yesterday because we both share a common friend in politics who's somewhat recently passed away, former Premier of Nova Scotia, Roger Bacon, a political mentor to both of us. And before he passed away, he gave me this tie. So I wore it yesterday in anticipation of the member, And then I knew she was going to be asking questions today, so despite my wife's protest, I wore the same tie again in honor of Premier Bacon, who we both have a great fondness for. So we don't have the breakdown today by zone, but I can say province-wide over the last 5 years, income assistance intakes have gone up by 0.5%. So it's not a huge amount, but you know, up is still up. My guess is, though, when we do pull those numbers for Northern Zone, they'll probably be going down a little bit. I'll tell you why. I remember when I was the principal in Tatamagouche, I lived there for 10 years. We were one of the highest areas of poverty in the North Shore of Nova Scotia. The member knows it well. She's from Linton, and my family's mostly from Tatamagouche. It had one of the highest incidents of poverty, particularly child poverty. But the North Shore has seen a bit of a resurgence. The town where my family's from, Tatamagouche, is booming, quite frankly. We've also had huge investments. There's of course, Fox Harbour development. There's great action on the Amherst Shore. So my guess is we would have seen a bit of an uptake over the last several years in intakes, a decrease in intakes in terms of income assistance. But times are tough across the province. She talked about food banks. I mean, our department is a strong funder of food banks. We talked about food security yesterday a lot, joint estimates, and we talked about how we're funding sort of the umbrella organizations like the Collaborative Food Network and many others that fund a lot of local food banks across the province. So anything we can do to support people who are currently struggling, whether that's connecting them to employment, whether that's providing them safe, healthy meals, whether it's providing supportive housing or transitional housing, all that helps, and a lot of that runs through my department, but our government takes a holistic approach, as we talked about yesterday, and part of that holistic approach is to work with several different departments working together to provide supports for people when they need it the most.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for the answer. I'm wondering how much of the money in the budget from this department is given to food banks in Nova Scotia, and does the Minister have a breakdown of by zone, like how much is given, say, Cape Breton versus Northern Zone, HRM? Just looking for that information, Mr. Chair. And also, has it increased, has it stabilized, or has it decreased? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the member opposite for her question. I was just waiting there because we had a correction. I said that it was up 0.5%. It's actually down 0.5% across the province. So that's good news. I mean, it's relatively the same. So we haven't seen a huge uptake. In terms of our department's support for food banks across the province, the Collaborative Food Network receives $2 million in its budget. Feed Nova Scotia received $1.5 million in December. And those are umbrella organizations which support food banks across the province. Other departments also support this initiative. And education, early childhood development, for example, they started the school lunch program this year. Over 75,000 elementary students have been engaged in that. In January, they eclipsed 2 million meals served for children in schools. That's expanding, and will expand ahead of schedule for junior highs, middle schools, and then subsequently high schools. It's gone very, very well. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, but it's a success story, and I know all the elementary schools in Cumberland County are using that program. There's still some bugs to work out, in my opinion, but it's coming, it's moving in the right direction, so credit to a lot of work that's been done by advanced education and the minister to get that program up and running and out. Communities, culture, tourism, and heritage have the Community Food Access and Literacy Fund. That's called CFAL. This fund provides funding to programs to improve access to healthy food and build food literacy, including meal planning, budgeting, and community gardens. CCTH supports the farmers markets of Nova Scotia, Nourishing Communities coupon program, over 422,000. The minister was talking about that today in question period. And local food security initiatives program also provides funding to other community groups on an application basis and funds initiatives like meal distribution, food pantries, drop-in lunch programs, and other community-based meal programs. So that's community, culture, tourism, and heritage. The Department of Health and Wellness provides the following operational funding: $200,000 to CCTH for the Community Food Access and Literacy grants, $275,000 to CCTH for the Nourish Nova Scotia grant, and the Department of Agriculture, and that's, I think, a key department when we're looking at food security. The Department of Agriculture has multiple initiatives and grants for agricultural awareness, climate change, and improving production and access to local food. So as you can see, as I talked about, there's a collaborative effort across several departments to try to increase food security across Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. It's such a big topic, and you know, in a perfect world, we wouldn't need food banks. And I'm wondering, the minister shared all those different initiatives. I don't think, but I could be wrong, Mr. Chair, if we have like an actual food strategy for Nova Scotia, like an actual plan, and if we were to have that, like, could it go under one department so that it's not piecemeal? I mean, but in a perfect world, I do see this department is leading the way for trying to help people up so that there's less dependency on things like food banks and income assistance. The reality is, I'm sure it's the same province-wide. A lot of the people that have come to me looking for help, they literally have no money left over if they're on income assistance once they pay their rent. And for some, their only source of food is through the kindness of others and the food bank. So our food bank has become, sadly, such an integral part of our communities for people just to be able to get their basic nutrition. I know one thing that food banks have asked me for is for the government to consider capital program funding for them. So if they needed to buy a new freezer or new fridge or cooler to put the food in. So I know sometimes they've shared with me that they get food, say, from Food Nova Scotia or Feed Nova Scotia, but they don't actually have the capacity to freeze or keep it cold, and so sometimes they have to refuse it. And so I'm wondering if that's something the government, maybe they already do and I'm not aware of it, but if not, if it's something that the department would consider, because that is something that food banks have shared with me. I want to just give a shout out to two people, Mr. Chair, since we're talking about food banks. One is to Lee Weir, who's a business owner in Pugwash, and he builds small homes, tiny homes, and he has several businesses under a old industrial building that the minister would be aware of, because he used to be our MP, and it's in the old Seagull Pewter industrial building there in Pugwash. Anyway, that entrepreneur gives the open hamper food bank in Pugwash free space for their food bank, free of charge. And any entrepreneur knows they can always find a way to fill space and keep adding to their business. But he has continued to keep this space free of charge. He doesn't charge any rent to the local food bank in Pugwash. So I want to say a shout out to him and thank him for that. And also I want to acknowledge someone else the minister would know is Dale Fothrop. Dale is former town councillor of Amherst. He served many years. And he just recently came up with an idea to create a club. I think he called it the $10 Club or something like that. And the Amherst Food Bank was having trouble coming up with the money to continue operations because the rent had gone up. So he started this thing online on social media asking people to commit to $10 a month. And I think, anyway, he's got hundreds of people that each give $10 a month, and it helps cover the rent. I think they have rent covered for the next 6 months or something like that. So anyway, it's people like that, people like Lee Weir and people like Dale Fothrop that really make a big difference in these organizations. So I want to say a shout out. But I'm wondering, is the department, would they consider making funding available for capital costs, such as fridges or freezers or coolers for food banks throughout the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know Dale well. Great community volunteer, and if there was a problem in a community, that's the exact type of person that should get up and solve that problem, because he is like the Premier likes to say, he's not a problem stretcher, he's a problem solver, and he does a lot of work in that community, not just in terms of supporting the local food bank. He does a lot of stuff behind the scenes in Cumberland County. I know the member's really focused on food. I know this is a passion that she has. Farm girl from Linton. Food is everything for her, and not everything, but food is a big part of her life. And she has a great story about a battle she had of a bull when she was a child, which someday she'll tell again. So I understand the narrative that she's talking about today in food, and I appreciate that. So as I said, our department funds the Collaborative Food Networks and Feed Nova Scotia. Those are the umbrella organizations. Those funds are distributed by them, those umbrella organizations, to individual food banks, and they would work with the local food banks to see how that money can be applied and how it's best served in individual situations. I think that's a good process. In terms of a province-wide food plan, I know the Department of Agriculture has done some work on that previously, both food and beverages, supporting local producers in Nova Scotia. It's not managed through our department, and so if I start talking about details I don't know about, I'm going to get myself in trouble here. So those questions might be better targeted towards the Minister of Agriculture. But a lot of the issues really are attached to a larger issue, which is affordability. And I think our department has been very active in trying to take steps to make life more affordable for Nova Scotians. Our government has also done the same thing. So just to highlight a couple of things, we passed the first HST reduction in 14 years. As I mentioned in the last answer, a new school lunch program in the public schools. We've increased the child benefit in Nova Scotia twice. We've set up a new disability support supplement, up to $200 per child to help our IA clients with school costs in September and August. School supplies are very expensive. We've invested millions to partner organizations like Feed Nova Scotia. We've done historic funding in public housing and policy changes that tie important programs like income assistance and disability support to inflation. So those have been indexed. That's something that people across the province that are stakeholders in these groups have pushed the government to do. We actually were able to achieve that. So there's been a lot of work done to try to make life more affordable across the province for Nova Scotians, particularly those who struggle. And food security is a big part of that. So as I said, we have a holistic approach, but some of those targeted investments we made should help individuals in Nova Scotia, across Nova Scotia, achieve more food stability and more housing stability, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. Certainly the HST reduction is welcome for sure. And I will follow up with the Department of Agriculture on a food strategy for sure. Good advice. The minister is right. It is. It's always been a passion of mine, is trying to improve local food production and ensure that every person gets food that is in this province. But I am focusing on it with the minister's department because a lot of the residents that have come to me that don't have enough money to access food, a lot of them are income assistance recipients. So there is a definite group of people that are food insecure in the province and that are living in poverty, and trying to find ways to make sure that they can get food is really important. And recently I won't share too much information because I don't want to do anything that would identify the person, but recently worked with someone and they had been a victim of intimate partner violence. They were at the local transition house, and the local housing team had found the person a place but had no furniture, was sleeping on the floor, and was put in the place. This person is a recipient of income assistance as well, but they were given the place on like a Friday night, and the person had no food and wasn't going to be able to eat until the food bank opened on Monday at noon. So it's a real challenge. It's a real issue for people, sadly, in the province. So I'm wondering if the minister can share with us what initiatives the department has to help people, whether it's connecting them with Nova Scotia Works to find employment or training programs to help them once they're able and ready to try to integrate back into the workforce. I remember my first year as an MLA transitioning from being an entrepreneur into this position of public service. And at that time, and I know it's changed somewhat, but at that time, if someone was on income assistance and they started a small business, they were clawed back, their income assistance, if they made, I believe at that time, that was back in 2017, I think if they made over $100, any more money over $100, it was clawed back. So there was really no incentive. It was actually a disincentive for someone to start a small business and try to get back on their feet. The other part of that, and I believe we helped to get this change, but I will bring it up just to make sure, is that the department probably didn't have a lot of business people in it, and when they were looking at the revenue that someone on income assistance was earning, if they say had opened a small little business, they were looking at the gross revenue that the person brought in, not the net. So if somebody brought in an extra $1,000 a month and their costs, their product costs were $800, technically they earned $200 net income. The department at that time in 2017 were looking at their gross income of that they earned $1,000. So the reason I'm bringing this up, Mr. Chair, is that there was a definite disincentive for people to be able to get off income assistance. And I believe now, and I'm wondering if the minister can share with us, that people are allowed to earn up to a certain amount of money before it's clawed back. So if the minister could share with us what that number is today. And are there any programs in the department specifically geared for entrepreneurs, people that are a little entrepreneurial? And the reason I ask this, Mr. Chair, is I can think of several people, residents that have come to me in my role as MLA, that have certain skill sets, whether it's sewing, whether it's carpentry, that they may not be able to start and run a business that they'd be able to pay for all their costs of living. but they'd be able to make some money by starting a small business. And it would sure do a lot for their self-esteem and their self-worth. And I'm wondering if the department has any programs specifically for almost like microloans or some sort of to really incent people that are currently on income assistance or disability supports, both, to be able to tap into their entrepreneurialism. And with the ultimate goal maybe that they wouldn't need assistance, but more importantly that that their mental well-being would be improved as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
People complain about omnibus bills. I complain about omnibus questions. All right, so there was a myriad of questions there, and but I'm used to the member, so I'm going to try to answer them all. We'll see how we do here. This may take some time. She started out talking about intimate partner violence and some of the issues that we've seen a devastating increase in the last several weeks. So across government, in the budget was about $103 million in various different programs and supports for service providers across the province to approach decreasing and hopefully ending intimate partner violence in Nova Scotia. Our department had about 66 million of the 103,000 float for different programs that our department supports. This morning, the Premier and the Minister of the Status of Women made what I think is a landmark announcement supporting transition houses across Nova Scotia. $17 million now. There's an additional $5+ million for some of that. I think 1.9 million also goes to transition houses. The rest goes to other programs like men's programs and other things. So this is an additional appropriation that's been made because of the crisis we're facing now, the epidemic crisis we're facing now. I was part of a meeting with the Premier, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of the Status of Women in January, where we met with transition houses and their representatives. They submitted their proposal, and today our government is very proud, and the leadership of our Premier, to meet every aspect of the proposal they sent to us. It's a 4-year funding program. It's over $4 million of stable funding they can count on for the next 4 years, allowing them to project forward and plan and for future years, instead of it being year-to-year funding. So I think that's a huge initiative that was announced this morning. I'm very proud of the role our department played in that, and we're very, very hopeful that that will help support women in particular who suffer from gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. So that's good news. Moving forward to supports for people who are on IA, who are trying to get employment. One of the things we're trying to do is shift our focus to encourage people to get back to work. So currently in Nova Scotia, there's about 37,000 people who collect income assistance. There's probably roughly 16 or 17,000 that we believe would not ever be able to work because of the disabilities they suffer from. Think of someone who's severely autistic. But that leaves about 20,000 or so people that currently are on income assistance that, given the right supports, the right training, the right mentorship, could connect to employment. So one of the goals of our department is to support those people who are currently on income assistance to gain meaningful employment, because the best social program, as I said yesterday, is a job. But in order to achieve that job, achieve that employment, achieve the ability to support your family, you need support to do that. You need the training opportunities. You need the mentorship. You need the connections. You need the confidence, quite frankly. So there's numerous programs across the province that support that. So the other thing is, if you're currently on income assistance and you do get a job, we want to work with those people so they don't get that clawback the member talked about. So she asked what would the figure be. So currently in Nova Scotia, you can now work when you're on income assistance and achieve income in addition to your IA of up to $350 a month. Now there's some, that's rough because there's some other factors that impact that, but we're working to try to remove any disincentive there would be to go to work. right? Because why would you risk taking a job if you're going to lose the consistent funding you have from IA? So we recognize that. We're taking some steps to remove any disincentives. It's one of the roles as minister with the new name of our department. It's about opportunities. It's about getting people employment. It's about getting them off social assistance and getting them on the confidence and the ability to work in their own job. So I'm going to talk about a few programs that we have where we support employment services. So these are employment service grant programs. There's Ability Works, Skills Work, Career Seek, employment programming, Move to Work, work activity, youth programming, a great program I talked about yesterday called EDGE. I can talk more about that later. Education Works Bursaries, Youth Development Initiatives, that's a wage subsidy program. Career Rising, Youth Entrepreneurship Initiative, and I know the member talked about entrepreneurship, so that's for youth. We're just starting this up, so it's youth, some entrepreneurship training, connecting them with mentors. I've seen that program at work. There is Indigenous youth development programs, African Nova Scotian youth development programs, programs for children who are experiencing poverty, when we know that Nova Scotia experiences a troubling level of child poverty that we're working on, and the Newcomer Youth Project, so new Canadians who have come here from other countries. There will be some language skills training and some other opportunities in there to connect them to employment and giving them the skills they need. So that I could read off each individual allocation of money, but totally all those programs together, it's an $18 million investment in employment services for various different components of people looking to get off income assistance. I'm going to talk now about a series of other programs. First, these are initiatives to attach people to the labor market, and I've talked a lot about that in the last 5 minutes. So one of the long-term goals of income assistance is to support individuals to attach to employment and achieve financial independence. There are some recipients, however, who are living with a disability or serious medical condition that may pose a challenge to attaching to employment and earning income. In recognition of this, we've introduced a disability supplement in November 2023, providing eligible individuals with $300 a month. And the federal government is putting a program together which would probably be an additional $200 a month, and we're expecting that to come. We're not going to claw back the $300, so that $200 will be in addition to the $300 that Nova Scotia already provides, raising that total amount between the federal and provincial government to $500. We have the Income Assistance Program, which recently changed its earned income exemption regulations and policy to enable income assistance recipients who are working to retain more of their employment income before seeing a reduction in their income assistance. As they earn more, their benefits continue to be reduced gradually, but not all at once. A recent enhancement enables clients to retain more of their income before their income assistance benefit begins to reduce. And we also have the Employment Support Services. This provides employment and programming to income assistance recipients and their spouses and dependents to support them in achieving strengthened employment skills, labor market attachment, and increased self-sufficiency. Programming strives to reach individuals living in poverty or near or at risk of living in poverty. Enough targeted whole family approaches respond to systemic barriers that make exceeding poverty challenging. Think of a mom with 3 children at home. Okay, we're trying to support people despite whatever home challenges they have or whatever their family situation is. Employment programming is delivered through community-based service providers that receive funding from ESS. Examples of some of these are the post-secondary supports. These help income assistance clients with their dependents achieve meaningful long-term employment through post-secondary education at university, community college, and private career colleges. We also have employment enhanced programming that strengthens the employability of employment support and income assistance clients by providing pre-employment assessment, skills development, work experience, and wraparound supports to enhance their movement towards sustainable employment. Now, I talked yesterday, I know that in Canada, over the next 5 to 7 years, we're going to need, for example, 350,000 truck drivers. Think about that. And we know that truck drivers, I mean, they run the economy. We have to have transportation of goods in this country. Truck driving is a big part of that. We have a huge country, huge geographically, for a relatively small population, so transportation is a key factor in terms of managing our economy. This is a crucial cog in that wheel of our economy. So of the 20,000 people I talked about that are currently receiving income assistance, that we believe, with the right training, mentorships, and supports, if you could connect them to a skill like truck driving, there's many others. It could be electricians. You could work in an office clerk. You could work in a movie theater. But in order to do that, we have to build their confidence, build the skill set, build their employability skills. And if they're going to go into a trade or some sort of specific certificate program, we have to provide them support for that. So you're going to see that role in our department expanded, trying to support people and connect them to employment, because the jobs are going to be there. We all know, we talk to employers across. I know in Cumberland County, I know the members talking to employers up there. I talked to several of them. We know one of the biggest challenges entrepreneurs in Nova Scotia and across Canada are having is labor. Trying to get good, dependable labor in their businesses. It is very frustrating for them. Recently, the federal government is limiting immigration into the country because of the housing challenge and the pressure on the healthcare system. But a lot of our entrepreneurs, that was a labor pool they were using. So they're quite frustrated in that. But I believe with the proper supports, proper training, we have that labor force to meet those needs right here at home. So that's, when you look at the new name for our department, you look at the aspirational nature that we're implementing there, we're going to do a lot of work and put a lot of programming in place to connect people to employment, connect people to jobs, because as I've said several times, the best social program is a job, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I think we agree, and sorry for asking so many questions at once. Just a couple of comments, and I'll try to not ask so many questions in this one. The minister mentioned a youth entrepreneurship training program, which is great. I did want to mention to the minister, his department may already be aware of this. In Amherst, for the last, I'm going to say 7 years, there's been a board of directors for an organization called In the Works, a social enterprise. And the mandate of that organization, which is really getting up and running now, is to help youth, and youth is defined as, I believe, 16 to 30, I believe, by this group, to help train youth, and if they're struggling with addictions or mental illness, to give them the supports they need, and to help integrate them into the workforce. Like, it's perfect. So I will mention that, and I'll mention it to the board members to look into this program, because there may be some funding there for them. We have a lot of great people, a lot of great organizations like In the Works. And I want to mention Erica Cassie. She was the mom, as well as Terry McCormick, those two women, both mothers, who have very personal stories of their own children, that they saw this need in the community, Mr. Chair, and put to work. It's actually modeled after what's called the REACH program in Prince Edward Island, which has very, very similar effective social enterprise helping our youth. So just want to mention that. Is there anything similar through the department for someone who may not be a youth? And the reason I'm focusing on this, and I want to just drill down a little bit more, is because I see a lot of people that are not youth that have entrepreneurial skill sets that may not be suitable to go out to a 9-to-5 job or sort of be in the traditional workforce. Could be for many factors. Might be because they are a mom at home trying to raise 4 or 5 children, and they need something that is flexible. I will say, as a former employer, businesswoman for 20 years, my staff and I brought in people on several occasions, sort of as a co-op or work terms, people that were trying to reintegrate back into the workforce. And the #1 issue that I saw people struggling with, that was a barrier for them for being successful, was mental illness. And I don't know if that is something that is integrated into some of these programs, these training programs, but certainly now, I haven't had a business now since 2018, so there's been a lot of change since then. But are some of these programs that the minister's talking about helping people to reintegrate back into the workforce, are there mental health supports integrated into these programs? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the member for her question. Just specifically on In the Works, I'm not sure that our department funds them directly, but however, we can have our ESS local staff members reach out to them, or they can reach out to those members to see if they would be eligible for grants we currently provide, because that might be an avenue for funding, because we do fund programs like that, or at least what you've described in other parts of the province. So there might be an opportunity there for In the Works, and maybe if I was up to Cumberland County, I could drop in and see them and see some of the good work they're doing. Some of the programs attaching people to employment we're talking about, they're very flexible. I'm thinking the EDGE program. I talked about the EDGE program yesterday. I might talk about it later if they're on a specific question. But we provide wraparound services for many of these programs. They're flexible enough to meet the needs of the individual clients. So, like, the person might need a specific skill training, or the person might need some basic employment skills, like, how to show up at work, how to interact with the public, how to work at the front desk. So some of that has to do with some mental health challenges, nervousness, anxiety, many others. So the programs that have been put in place have that flexibility. There's a focus on that, making them nimble enough to adapt to the needs of the client that comes to them. So the programs, they're not designed so a person comes in, oh, that won't work for you because of this. The programs are designed to have the flexibility to meet individual needs. And if those individual needs involve things like mental health training, confidence, and other issues to overcome things like anxiety, there's programs in place that will support those needs, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. All right, we'll move on and talk about something that's very important to us up in Cumberland County, and also important province-wide, that's going through some big changes. And the Minister, of course, knows about Sunset Residential Facility and the changes that are going on there. Now, I don't know if he's here in the room. Not everyone is supportive of the changes, and I'm sure the Minister knows that, in particular family members. So sadly, one of the residents there recently passed away from probably old age, but his mom had requested a meeting with the former minister and was refused. I'm wondering if the Minister, is willing to meet with any concerned family members, and rightly or wrongly, what's happening, there's differing views, but a lot of the residents at Sunset, this is their home. And this person that recently passed away there, he had been there about 50 years. This is his home. And everyone else living there are his family. So it's a big change, big disruption of people's lives. Some people are excited about it, other people not so much. So I am a little concerned about that families aren't necessarily having their concerns heard. Now, not by the local people. Like the administrator there, Julie Hoig, is incredible. You couldn't find a better executive director. She's incredible. She cares about her staff. She cares about the residents there. And she has taken this on. The Minister probably knows Julie and probably knows this. She has taken this on 100%. It's moving forward. She knows that this is going to happen, and she's doing her best with housing projects and so on. And I had met with her a few years ago because she was concerned about what's going to happen with all the staff. There was concerns amongst the staff that some of them may lose their jobs, which I think they've all been assured that won't happen. I believe, the minister can correct me, that people will not lose their jobs. In fact, they're going to probably need more employees, more staff to help ensure that there's 24 care or services and support for these individuals. So I wonder if the minister would like to talk for a few minutes about the transition there that's going on in Sunset Residential Facility.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, I want to thank the member for her question. As she knows, I've been to this facility several times in one of my previous roles. This is a court-order human rights remedy. It was a human rights challenge. And I talked a bit about this yesterday, but I'm going to say it again. It's a transition and it's change, and change is tough. And I realize that residents in these institutions, many of them have been there for the bulk of their lives, and that's their home. But the government is mandated to make this change. I support the change, and I think in the long run it's going to be good for everybody involved. But it is a change. In terms of the executive director of that facility, we've had the top person in charge of a remedy met with them as early as last week. So there's constant communication between departmental representatives and people in these institutions that are being closed down over time. There's 43 residents in Sunset now. We're not taking any new people into the institutions. That's the sort of the stage we're at. And slowly, those people that are currently living in these institutions will be able to go out in the community. Now, most Nova Scotians who suffer from disabilities already live in communities, 78% of them. And there's a myriad of options they have. And I guess those options are really what I want to talk about. For the first time, many of these people who suffer from disability will have choice. Choice is at the center of the remedy. And the funding that will now be attached to them goes to them directly. So each individual person that's moving out into community can choose to live where they want, with who they want, and how they want. And this is something that didn't exist beforehand. They had limited choices and limited options. So we've had to add a large amount of staff to be able to facilitate the transition so that we comply with the remedy. We've added 120 new staff members who are in 4 different zones in the province. And one of the roles they're fulfilling is to meet with individual people with disabilities or their families, depending on the severity of the disability they suffer, and design an individual living plan. So they might go live in an apartment. They might live with a roommate. They might go back home. But the funding to support that follows them directly. We have day programs throughout the province that are looking at their business models as well to try to match the challenges of the new system. So this is a 5-year program. We're in year 2. The first year was laying the groundwork. In year 2, we started to see people moving out into community. We established the funding bands. One of the challenges that we've had as a department as we move forward with the remedy is the availability of workforce. We just talked about that in the last several questions. So as early as last week, I announced a new subsidy program to cover it's a bursary program to cover tuition for people who are going into programs to take social work. It was a partnership we have with the community college. There's a couple of other groups as well. So we are taking steps necessary so that we have the people trained and certified to work with these people who suffer from disabilities as they set up their life plans and their living arrangements moving into being in compliance with the remedy. So as I said, we're in year 2. We have 3 more years to go, but we believe we're on track and we're going to meet the challenge of that remedy. But I want to be clear, this is transformative change. This is a change in the way we approach this system. And the people who are currently in it are some of them are going to struggle with that change because sometimes they're going to remove from the place they think is home. But I talked about this yesterday, I'm going to say it again. I think 25 years from now, when we look back at this transformative change we're going through right now, we're going to see the benefit of it throughout society. And when you've looked at in the past, when we've closed down institutions before, and I think of, like I talked about orphanages yesterday, we used to keep children who lost their parents in an institution. We called it orphanages. Now we have a great foster system, and we have other supports for families to take in children, whether they're biologically related or whether they're socially related, into their houses. It's a much better, supportive, loving system than we had before when it was institutionalized. I don't even want to get into the disaster and the generational damage was done by the residential school program. Now, I'm not saying that the structures that we have currently supporting people with disabilities are like that, but anytime we have closed down institutions and put people in community and set up the supports and structures, it's been a benefit, it's been positive, and I really think once we get through the transition part of this program, we're going to see the benefits throughout society of how we support people who have challenges in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. And I'm wondering if the minister, he may not be able to speak to this today, but I'll ask because it's on the minds of a lot of residents as well as community members. And that is, has the department started any conversations with regards to what's going to happen with the facility? As it was not that too many years ago, I don't have the exact date, Mr. Chair, but around $14 million of provincial money was spent actually upgrading that building. And I believe it was like literally a year or two before this decision was made. So it's a good building, large building. And I'm wondering, you know, will a certain number of residents continue to live there for several years, depending on their needs? Or what is the department planning for that structure?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, I can't talk about specific plans for that structure because that's not at my fingertips, and probably that's not been set yet. But I can tell you that there is a lot of interest in these buildings across the province. You could see the Department of Health, just from a government perspective, the Department of Health be involved. We're always looking for our department for social housing, for shelter space. We're looking for transformation housing. We're looking for supportive housing. So I don't think there's going to be any challenge in finding a very suitable role for any of these institutions that we're looking at right now. It might be private sector, or it could be public sector, but I don't think there's going to be any issue. I don't think you're going to see these buildings left derelict, especially if the housing crisis we're facing now. So I really have no worries in that area. I can't say specifically what will happen to that facility, but it is a good facility. I've been there several times. But I think you'll see a lot of interest for a positive use for that facility after we get through this transformation and people are moved out. I have no doubt that there'll be a very positive either public use or private use for those buildings.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I'm sure the minister has a number of how many people with disabilities would be living in an institution province-wide. And out of that number, does the department have an estimate of how many people will need to continue to live in a facility or an institution? And I will share, you know, one of my concerns with this all along as a nurse is the fact that there are some people that need supports. There are some people that just don't have the ability to live independently. And we sadly had a situation, and they've shared this publicly, Mr. Chair, so I will reference them. They have a son living in a facility. It's not in Cumberland County, but they live in Cumberland County, and they kept warning people that their son was not able to be moved out. They warned several times, several situations. Unfortunately, he was moved out and almost died, went through a second-story window. And but that person is nonverbal, needs two people 24/7. Like, there are some people living in our institutions that that I personally don't see how they could be moved to communities. So I'm wondering if the minister could speak to that and what's the plan for those individuals.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
So specifically answering the numeric part of her question, between residential care facilities and adult residential centers, we call ARCs, there's about 700 people currently in those institutions. That's been reduced by 20%, and those institutions aren't taking any new intakes as of January 1st this year. So it's about 700. Each one of them, as they move out of the institutions, the funding follows them directly. So there's funding bands that were announced this year for how much a resident can be, I guess, entitled to as we transition them. And for people that have intense and huge challenges, there's a high-level funding band for them. But in a case like you're talking about describing there, we would be able to, I mean, those are not rare, but there's fewer of them. We would be able to meet their needs and structures individually. So we, as I said, we have additional staff throughout the province. Their job is to meet with families and people that have disabilities and design an individualized plan so we can meet their needs. So the funding that we would use to spend on other parts of the program supporting disabilities has been reallocated to support people directly. So, you know, the message to that family would be, change is tough and change is scary, but the funding is going to be there, and we have staff that will work directly with them to make sure any safety concerns or medical concerns are addressed as we move forward with the remedy.
With 3 minutes remaining, I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I'm wondering if the minister has spoken with the Minister of Health, it's like since there's no intakes, to know how many people are taking up acute, I say taking up, in an acute care bed right now in our hospital system that are sort of there chronically because there's no place for them to go. And I know of some. So I'm just wondering, because there is now a gap of people that maybe did go to hospital, family couldn't take care of them at home any longer, and there would be a transition to admit them into one of the facilities. And now that there's no intakes, there are some that are in our hospitals and in an acute care bed, but they're long-term. And I'm wondering if the minister is aware of this, and if yes, does he know how many there would be in the province? And if he's not aware of this, is this something he would be willing to speak with the Minister of Health about? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for her question. We currently know of about 50 people that currently are in hospitals that would qualify for the remedy. But just like some of the institutions we talked about, hospitals are institutions too. So they will not be there. They'll be moving out in the community as well. And any person with disabilities that needs medical attention is currently getting that medical attention through the Department of Health. So this isn't going to cause additional strain on the system. There's going to be resources that will help them set up in community so they'll be able to move out of those hospitals. So this is part of that transition and part of the wraparound services we're able to offer people with disabilities now as we move forward with the remedy. So you're going to see services in place to support those. Thank you.
The time for the Liberal time is up now. It's now the NDP's turn. I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. I will actually be, we'll stick to questions on the remedy, because actually after last night, I found a lot of emails from folks being like, hey, go and ask this question. So I have some of that. So first, again, sticking to information or questions about the remedy. The human rights remedy legally requires that a total of 110 folks under the age of 65 currently living in long-term care be offered community-based living. And I may be repeating some stuff that was already said. Okay. Since the remedy came into effect in February 2023 through to the end of December 2024, the province's data shows that a total of only 6 younger people have been moved out of nursing homes compared to the 110 offers of spaces that the remedy requires by March 2025. So, given the the Premier's historic apology made to persons with disabilities in November 2023, I guess, what's the reason for things not moving as fast, I guess? What's the delay? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
So just to backtrack to the start of this remedy, Mr. Chair, there was 2 experts that were appointed to design how the province of Nova Scotia would respond to the human rights remedy. And the Disability Rights Coalition, as well as the province of Nova Scotia, agreed on these two. The plan is there. It's a 5-year plan. It ends in 2028. And we believe we're on track to meeting all the requirements of the remedy by that date. Now, there are some components of that we're probably a little ahead in, and some we're a little behind in. But we have an external monitor that we report to twice a year. We do an annual report, which will come in May. I'm sure that the member will want to access and take a look at that report in May. One of the challenges that slowed us down in a couple of areas was being able to find the workforce to meet the needs we have to support. That's why we have a workforce strategy that we unveiled a couple of months ago. And this workforce strategy is going to give us a plan so that we can have the people in place that are certified and qualified to provide services to the clients who are, some are leaving institutions, some are moving out in community. So we are moving forward as fast as we can with the resources we have, keeping in mind that we have to do this in a way that we're empathetic to the people that we're working with as we transition. So we are firmly convinced that this third year, you'll start to see some real progress in where people end up more permanently. The first year was laying the groundwork and working with service providers, providing supports for them as they change their business models, communicating the remedy, hiring staff. I would have to say that probably the most important thing is the funding we've allocated this. It's $120 million this year. So this is not something we're trying to do on the cheap, Mr. Chair. The financial resources are clearly there for us to achieve the requirements of the remedy. The challenge that we face in terms of workforce, we have a plan and a strategy to address that. And I think you'll see the external monitor, when we make our annual report here in May, will note that some challenges they identified last year have now been taken care of and are achieved. So this is not linear, right? It's not going to be something where you hit every single benchmark, but anytime we face a deficit of where we should be, we will allocate the resources and the plans we need to keep us on track so we can achieve all the aspects that are required by the remedy by the deadline of 2028. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that. And so my understanding is that between the period of April 2024 and December 2024, there have been zero younger individuals being assessed through the disability support program or moved out, and so that's a big chunk of time for there not to have been any movement of folks. I'm sure there might have been, there may be a reason why, something internally that was not known to the public, but is there a reason for that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to ask the member to maybe clarify that question because we're trying to get the right information to her quite sincerely. So when you're talking young people moving out, can you maybe just clarify who you're talking? Is it hospitals or is it institutionalized? So maybe just to answer that if you could.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Absolutely. So that would be assessing folks to be moved out of institutions. Yeah, so I'll rephrase the question, and I apologize if the way I'm saying it doesn't make a total sense. I'll do my best. So between April of 2024 through to December of 2024, there have been no folks institutionalized under the age of 65, assessed under the disability support program, or moved out. And so that's, I hope that makes more sense. And so folks in institutions.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we think what you're referring to, the information you have, surrounds people moving out of nursing homes. Is that accurate? Okay. We're on track now, I understand. So some of that was, that's some intensive planning there, and some of that goes back to some of the staffing challenges we were facing. But recently we have now 14 people are on transition plans now to move out of some nursing homes. Again, people who are currently living in nursing homes who have disabilities typically have some more intense challenges. So they take a little more planning and a little more care to make sure that the services that they require are being able to be provided. And that they would have been impacted by some of the workforce challenges we've had, and that's one of the reasons we developed that workforce strategy. So already we're seeing the benefits of that. And this being the third year is kind of when we would have targeted most of them. So the big number, though, for people moving out in the community, we've already reduced it by 20%, and 78% of people that are receiving benefits are already in community. So I think you'll see those numbers spike up tremendously this year, because this third year is when we anticipated that to happen anyway. So I guess stay tuned, and I think the report we see in May will reflect that.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do look forward to seeing those updates. So I actually would like to go into the staffing challenges a little bit. So, you know, obviously when the remedy was introduced 2 years ago and became a legally binding order of June of 2023. And so I imagine that there would have been some planning for staffing at that time, maybe not to the extent of what's actually needed, because I recognize that when there's a new program being launched, you might not know how many people are actually needed, and as you dive in, you realize, you know, there's more need for staff. So going back in June of 2023, when it became legally binding, there was also requirements specifically that the province must have hired and trained 50 local area coordinators and 65 intensive planning and support coordinators. However, based on data that was released, I believe in 2024, only 26 LACs or local area coordinators were hired, and 20 intensive planning and support coordinators. So with nearly 2 years to hire the 115 staff needed to carry out the remedy, can the minister clarify or elaborate on what the challenges have been specifically in terms of staffing? This might have been something covered by my colleague previously, but if that can be elaborated to me, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
So when we talk to the very dedicated and excellent public servants who are working on remedy, particularly ones working on it full time, they will tell you that they're kind of building the plane as we try to fly it. And the remedy required us to create 10 new classifications of jobs to achieve what we need to do. And a lot of times these new classifications of jobs, once we get them set up, they're drawing from with other people from other parts of the department. So I'm going to give you a specific example. Your IPSCs, like we have 23 right now. In order to meet the challenges in that classification, you have to be a certified healthcare, have the healthcare certification. And currently we're investing billions in healthcare, and sometimes we're in competition with ourselves in different departments in Nova Scotia. So getting people to be certified to be the IPSCs is a challenge, and that's why we've implemented this workforce strategy, because we need people to be able to move into these certifications so they can be qualified to deliver what we need them to deliver to support the remedy and the clients that we're currently moving out. So you're going to see us continue to work on that. There's a recruitment practices going on. There's retention practices going on, because remember, these people, once they get a healthcare qualification, they're then eligible and certified to do other roles. Maybe not just in Nova Scotia, they can be poached by other provinces. So we're going to work very, very hard with implementing this workforce strategy so we have the workforce available to meet the challenges. So, that's been identified. We're taking very, very quick action to try to make sure we have that. One of the things I've talked about as minister is with my background in education, we need to recruit more social workers in the province. We need to recruit more people earlier to fulfill these roles. So what I would like to see is work done in our schools, and this is something I talked to the Nova Scotia Community College about when we did our announcement last week about the bursary program, to in every school in the province, or most of them, there's some sort of support set up for students that have disabilities. There could be learning centers, or they might be fully integrated into a classroom. But we have students right there in that building that might be really good candidates to go in and get these certifications, be social workers, or even to try achieve higher levels of certification. Right. So I think a great program would be is if our high schools could actually offer course credit for young people to go work with students who have disabilities, develop some of those skills. I mean, that work is very challenging as a career. It's not for everyone, but some people are, like I've met, we had some today, These are born social workers who have it in their heart to do this really difficult and challenging work, but it's also rewarding work. And I think we could give young people, and I'm a cheerleader for young people. People criticize young people today. I really think it's not us. It's not them, it's us. So we have to adjust to a new generation. And I think that the workforce is there. I think if we start early enough and help young people see the opportunity they might have to work in this field when they're still in school. And the best way I think to do it is give them course credit. So in a 4-day rotating block system that most high schools in Nova Scotia have, you might get a course credit for going into a learning center and working with a very qualified and excellent learning center teacher, or a teacher in the classroom that's great at diversifying instruction and support a student in there, and you would get course credit for doing that. So I think we have to take some out-of-the-box thinking if we're going to have the workforce we need and attract that workforce to support things like the remedy, but social work in general. And we celebrated Social Workers Month this morning. We did an announcement in the House. We had social workers here. So all the social workers out there that are working every day in a very challenging job, I want you to know that we hear what you're saying. We know how challenging that work is, but we also respect and thank you for the work you're doing and realize how rewarding it can be as well. So those are just some ideas we have around workforce. But workforce is a challenge across government. It's across the public sector and private sector. But I think we had some out-of-the-box thinking. We could attract a lot more people to take on this very challenging yet rewarding work.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that. I will take a moment to also throw in a quick plug about social workers. Absolutely amazing human beings, and one of my really good friends is a social worker, and so yeah, shout out to social workers. Obviously, there have been there have been some challenges, and that's always expected when new programs are being rolled out, and there was some recommendations made, I believe, by the Independent Monitors report that was released last year, saying that there may be some additional supports needed to carry out this program, or to carry out the remedy. And so, taking that into consideration, taking the issue with staffing, or the struggle with staffing into consideration, can the minister elaborate? Do we see us hitting the 5-year target to address those goals? Yeah, I guess I'll leave the question there. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the member for their question. I could talk about the remedy all day long. I think it's going to be a great change in supports for people that we live in a community that have disabilities. So I've read the report. I've also been briefed on the report, and I get weekly briefings on the progress in the remedy, and we're seeing great progress. So we're convinced that we are on track to achieve all the requirements of the remedy by 2028. The next 2 years are going to be really pivotal and key. You're going to see a lot of actual movement now because, as I said before, the first year we were laying the groundwork. The second year we started to see some action in terms of hiring, getting people in place to manage the remedy as we implement the actual transformative change. Part of that report was the external evaluator was looking for some more information, some more data, which we did provide. And I think you'll see when they make their annual report coming up here in May, there was a huge effort in the department to make sure we achieved the suggestions. It wasn't really recommendations, more suggestions they made as we move forward. So those gaps, I think, have been closed, and I think the report in May will show that.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. Very excited for the report in May. I know that the minister just said that he'd love to talk about the remedy, but that's all the questions I have about the remedy for now. I want to, stick to questions regarding folks living with disabilities. And I'm going to actually ask a very, very specific question to a constituent that sent an email saying that there seems to be something in the regulations for employment support and income assistance around cohabitation for folks living with disabilities, I guess when somebody with disability is living with somebody else, so like cohabitating or getting married or what have you, then I guess it's a household income that's taken into consideration, and therefore the person with disabilities who even, yes, they are in a situation where there's another income in the household, but their needs are still there. And so can the minister clarify if there is a stipulation in there that folks who are receiving disability but are cohabitating with somebody are no longer eligible to receive disability? Some clarification on that would be great. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And we're just going to seek some further clarification on this individual case. So are we talking about two individuals living together that are currently on ESIA, like the income assistance, or is it one of the cohabitants is getting support directly from the disability support program? Because there's very different requirements and different regulations governing each of those. And it even could be someone's on income assistance and the other person is the disability support program, and there's different regulations affecting those. So it's hard to give the answer to the question until I have a little more clarity around the circumstance.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. And on that note, maybe actually if it's all right, we can talk about it separately outside for this specific. Like you said, obviously there seems to be a lot of variables, so I'd love to maybe have a further chat about this for my constituent. So in January, there was a disability support workforce strategy that was released by the government. And at the time, 8 of the 14 actions intended to be completed by 24-25 were currently in progress, and so 6 have not been started yet. Can the minister provide an update on this, and when will all the actions be completed? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Sorry, I should also say that this maybe is something that is more interdepartmental than just under OSD. Not sure if there's maybe some involvement with like labor skills and immigration, for example. But yeah, just some updates on the progress on that would be great. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for her question. As I said, we only recently released the workforce plan, the workforce strategy, and we're very excited about it. We think it's going to show great benefits. We have the funding to implement it. We have a strategy there, so we're quite confident that we will achieve all the recommendations as we implement this strategy. But the strategy isn't designed to be implemented like immediately. There's going to be a lot of work that has to be done with other service providers like the community colleges, like other post-secondary institutions to get people certified. So it's not something you can snap your fingers and implement across government, because we have some partners we have to work with. And but the strategy is sound. I think the strategy, most people have said that it looks like it'll be effective. And if there's components of it that don't have the positive results that we want to see, we'll adapt and make changes to it. It's not a static document. We'll probably make some additions, some subtractions if some programs aren't working. I mean, you can start a program, but you only have 2 or 3 people sign up, and you thought there'd be 40. So it's going to be flexible, and but the goal of it is to make sure we have the workforce available to meet the requirements of the remedy. And I'm fairly convinced, after looking at the strategy myself, the meetings we had and the new program we announced last week with the community college, we're going to be successful in that recruitment, because we're providing tuition support, for example, and I think that will be very, very attractive to people who want to get into this field.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to jump into children and youth. And so I believe the minister has mentioned before that the office is something that's being worked on, and recognizing that a lot of work goes into anything that comes out of anything new again. But can the minister give us maybe a timeline? Do we know like how far, if not a timeline, is there like a percentage of how much we are to the finish line? Any sort of update on that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Yeah, I was able to address this yesterday when talking to the leader of the Liberal Party, so I'll just reiterate what I said. This is an office that I am personally committed to. It's something I was waiting for before I became a minister. All 3 political parties in this House, recognized parties, had put forward legislation supporting this type of office previous to taking government over. Our party is the one that actually passed legislation. So our department now is currently setting this up. So we're at the stage where we're developing regulations. It's within the department. I get regular updates on it. We're also working with some stakeholders and some providers to give us some advice on how best effectively this office could be established. And also jurisdictional scans to see offices in other provinces, what was effective, what wasn't effective. So the direction I've given them is that, we'd like to see this as soon as possible, with the caveat that it has to be set up well, because you don't want to implement an office like this and have to go back and make changes later on. So this is something we're going to establish. It's something that I think there's some emphasis on within the department. That said, however, we're not going to establish something just to establish it. I want to make sure it's done well, because this is an office that should support children for future generations, and we have to take the time to get it right. So that's what the direction I've given is, and I'm hoping it'll be sooner than later, but when we do it, I can guarantee you it's going to be done right.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that, and that's something I definitely do also care very deeply about, because, you know, seeing the flip side where, you know, children who are very bright and don't have, you know, the opportunities to them, or things are not set up appropriately for them, how that could have a negative impact. And so, can I ask, is there money in the budget towards the planning of, or, you know, the anything going towards the setting up of this office?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for her question. There's not a specific budget line, but the work is ongoing in the department. I get regular updates on it, so there are staff within the department who are working on this and working on these regulations. We're also in contact with stakeholders who hope to give us some advice on this. I've met with them as recently as last month. So although there's no specific budget line, there is work ongoing within the department under other budgets.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. So I wanted to go back to something that we touched on yesterday about food insecurity, regarding children living with in food insecurity. And recognizing that, you know, there's lots of great programs and supports at the schools, but, you know, when they go home, that's not available. And I heard last night from an amazing person that works with Schools Plus, saying that they're technically not allowed, you know, based on the rules, not allowed to provide, you know, any sort of additional like take-home foods for the children. And so, you know, but they, you know, a lot of them still do it, because, you know, a fed kid is a kid that can learn and grow and thrive, right? And so, can the minister elaborate? Is this in fact a policy, and can we try and make it? Yeah, like, can we look at that? Thank you.
Recognize Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Yeah, I guess the specific question on the policy would have to go to the Minister of Education and Advanced Education. However, what I will say is, I think what you're referring to, the member, sorry, Mr. Chair, is referring to, is the actual budget Schools Plus may have to support the students in the building that they're assigned to. But Schools Plus act more as coordinators than they do as, you know, service deliverers. And if there's food left over at lunch that hasn't been eaten, it's going to go sour. It could be a teacher, it could be an educational program assistant, it could be an administrator, or it could be Schools Plus will bag that up and often send it home to the students that need it. Makes sense, doesn't it? It happens every day. There are also food drives that happen in multiple schools across the province. Probably almost every school in the province, one way or the other, does food drives, where that food is then distributed out to needy families with students in that building. So I can tell you that one of the biggest changes I saw as an educator from when I started, probably before the member asked me questions was born, in schools, was the amount of connection between home and school and the support the schools are giving to the home. and that could be support. And Schools Plus does a lot of this now. They're a great resource for schools. If a student needs glasses, for example, or administrators and teachers in school think that the student needs an eye test and they haven't had one, Schools Plus can set the appointment up. They can actually transport the student if the family can't do that. So they fulfill a lot of roles in a building to support wraparound services for students, which we couldn't before. They can have, if they have a location in the school, and many schools have enough space in Nova Scotia, particularly rural Nova Scotia. It's a little harder in urban areas where there's no space at all because of the population growth of schools. There's food that can be provided through Schools Plus into that room, so students will be more open to coming in that room and using the other resources that the Schools Plus workers have. And the only reason I can really talk with any expertise about this is because I was in schools. These are more questions for the Minister of Advanced Education and Education, but I can tell you that no one should, with the resources we have in place, go hungry while they're at school. And in many cases, houses where students have food insecurity at home, the schools are working with other resources in the community to help facilitate supports for those homes as well. And many times, you'll have local grocery stores, like Masstown Market, and the chair's riding, by the way. They provide schools in the local area like apples, oranges, other healthy things. They just will pull up and drop off food, and that can be distributed during the school day or sent home with students. So we have many people across Nova Scotia showing extreme generosity, and particularly in these tough times. I guess I should congratulate Lori Jennings and the Masstown Market for the work they do to support schools. I was principal of a couple schools they supported, and I can tell you, Great Village Elementary had 47 kids. There was more food coming in there from Masstown Market than we could possibly give out. I could have shipped it to other schools. So we do have people in communities who know that students in the school are suffering from food insecurity, who support those families, but they do it through the school. So there's a lot of good work being done, but I'm a huge promoter of Schools Plus because when you have a really effective Schools Plus personnel in your building, it relieves a lot of the work that teachers were doing before to support students in terms of what the school's doing to support them when they're out of school, when they're home.
I thank the Minister for the recognition of a great business and a great family in Colchester North. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that. And yeah, the Schools Plus staff are just wonderful people. You know, just even my time, my brief time as MLA, I've met a bunch in my constituency, but even working in nonprofit, particularly when I was working with the Halifax Refugee Clinic, those are kids that obviously needed a lot of extra supports, and the staff, remarkable, amazing people. So I actually, sticking to food insecurity. So last year, at the end of the fiscal year last year, there was $2 million that went out to address food insecurity to community organizations. It had gone, it went to United Way to be distributed to organizations. And so I guess United Way was advised that family resource centers were not eligible to apply to this funding because they were already receiving funding to address food insecurity. But we heard from some family resource centers, particularly ones that are in more rural areas where they may be the only sort of community service provider, that they were not able to use the funding that they're receiving as a family resource center for food insecurity to help seniors living alone or other single individuals if they weren't, a family. And so they weren't able to apply to United Way funding to be able to support those seniors or single folks living with food insecurity. But also the reason they weren't able to apply to it is because they already have funding, but the funding could not address, again, this very specific group of folks that really actually tend to be more impacted by food insecurity. And so I guess Not really a question, but more just something to put out there that, again, you know, I can talk over and over about how amazing family resource centers are, because they really truly are. You know, having where they may be the only community organization in some communities that are able to provide services to community members, not being able to provide food supports to folks that are not a family, you know, does leave a lot of people falling through the cracks. Can the minister maybe explain or elaborate on whether funding to maybe more rural family resource centers or anything of the sort can expand to be able to be accessed by others?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member opposite for her question. So again, this came up a bit yesterday, and I talked about one of our family resource centers, the North Grove in Dartmouth. They received $357,485 from our department. The family resource centers across the province are funded to the tune of $6,515,450, and they are throughout Nova Scotia. The funding you're referring to last year at the end of the year was for the Collaborative Food Network. It was a $2 million funding they received at the end of the year last year. And you know, they distribute that funding to like food banks and other things in their areas. So the food banks were probably the first priority for that funding, and that's sort of the umbrella organization over them. So they're separate. They're separate from the family resource centers, who have their own funding line. If there is a gap in an area where, let's say, the Collaborative Food Network doesn't have a food bank there, and people are over-relying on the Family Resource Center, because Family Resource Centers they offer a myriad of services, where the food banks, it's more just food, then that's where the Family Resource Center should contact our office, and we can see what we can do to support them in doing that. But we do know food banks are now throughout Nova Scotia, and you know, as minister, my goal is to have a day when we don't need food banks. That would be the overall goal, right? And we're not there anywhere near there yet, and we're going through some tough times now. But hopefully, as we move forward and provide services throughout Nova Scotia, we'll be able to provide the funding necessary to support families. But if there's a gap where we don't have services being provided by a local food bank and the family resource centers being overwhelmed, that's something they should talk to us about it, and we'll work with them collaboratively to try to see what we can do to provide supports for that particular geographic area.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much, and I thank the minister for that. So I actually, going back to our conversation yesterday, a good friend of mine who works in housing support reached out to me last night to tell me a little bit about HIFIS. And so so my understanding is that, you know, while HIFIS is there to support them in case management and being able to get a sort of picture of what's happening in terms of homelessness. They did identify that there are big groups of hidden homelessness that are being missed out in HIFIS. And so that would include, for example, women staying in an unsafe environment is a big one. Folks staying who are couch surfing, for example. Larger newcomer families are missing from that as well. A better count, it seems like, is the count of unsheltered folks done with the, there's a rough sleeping survey done by community groups. So it might not be directly connected to OSD, but you know, nonprofits have to really try and a lot of times try and figure things out themselves. So this might not be OSD, but there seems to be a rough sleeping survey that's being done by community groups, and that's what's actually giving the most accurate picture for the service providers as to what's happening on the ground. Sorry, maybe I'll leave that with the minister because again, I'm not 100% familiar with HIFIS, and so if I can get some clarification on, do we know that there are gaps in terms, you know, these people identified missing from HIFIS, and is there anything we're doing to close these gaps? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for her question. We think what probably you're talking about is what we call a pit count or a point-in-time count, and that's counting people, and that would include, if they've been identified to one of the service providers that's collecting that data, anybody that is hidden homeless, right? But the HIFIS is actually a case management program, and people that are hidden homeless can be part of that if they've been identified to that service provider. I mean, you'll never catch everybody because if you don't know, you can't count them. But there is processes in place. Now, one of the challenges we have is this is more of an art than a science, right? Because, you know, we can't tell you tomorrow how many exact people are homeless because there are some that are hidden. So what we have to do is estimate a lot, and the more data we can get, the better and closer that estimate will be so we can allocate resources appropriately. So we're always looking to gather data in the department, but the HIFIS is a program which we can use across the board to manage the cases. We'll look at other ways to collect data. In fact, we're always looking for the best ways to collect data. One of the problems we have different service providers using different methods to count. Like some people were counting tents, some people count individuals. Some people count people, sleeping on couches. That's a really hard one because they might sleep on the couch tonight and find it, and there's a family reunification, and they're back home tomorrow. So, good data. I guess when you're making analysis and making government decisions and putting programming in place, your decisions are only good as the data you have. So, AHANS has taken this on. They're working really hard to provide our government good data. We have a lot of faith in them. They're one of our greatest service providers. We work very closely with them. But I guess the point is, the more data we can have and the more accurate data we have, the better the programming we can put in place and the better budget allocation we can make.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. So I will actually get some clarification because the way that they worded it, I didn't think they were talking about the point-in-time count, but now I'm thinking they might have been talking about it. So I'll get some clarification on that. But they did want me, this is someone, again, that works in nonprofit. You can tell nonprofit is very near and dear to my heart. They wanted to just, say kudos on the recent online intakes for income assistance. It's been helping community groups a lot. And so, a shout out to a really big positive change that was made, as well as the Nova Scotia Public Housing Authority for Seniors and Families. It seems that there's some work to really become more efficient there, and so they did want me to also, bring that up. Now, with the rental subsidies now being under growth and development, that seems to be causing a lot of issues for community organizations that that are supporting people, and so it seems from the email that OSD workers might actually, frontline workers might actually agree with this sentiment, and so. There's obviously a giant clog in the pipeline of homelessness, and community organizations are doing their best to support that. But there's still a big lack in staffing and wait times, and this is not just really the rental subsidy, but in terms of the homelessness supports provided by OSD, and so. I guess just, is that something that the minister has heard from frontline workers in the department, that having that housed under growth and development, is that showing any sort of issues for frontline workers? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member again for her question. As she knows, we don't administrate rent subsidies, and the issues around that are growth and development, so it's more a direct question for that minister and that department. But what our department does have is diversion funding. So, and I want to make sure people are aware of this. And we get great support from our stakeholders, our service providers, and our nonprofits. I didn't mention nonprofits before. I want to shout out to them too. We have great nonprofits in Nova Scotia support people suffering from homelessness, suffering from food insecurity. But one of the programs our department has is called diversion funding. So let's say you're renting an apartment and you're having trouble making ends meet, and then you have a car accident or something where your boiler goes down and you have this huge cost. So that's where diversion funding can come in and support people when things like that happen, so they can make their rent, so they can make those payments. So if you know someone that is sort of housing insecure, they're in a home, but sometimes they can't quite make it and the landlord's putting pressure on them, we have a program that will support them and sort of one-off funding to help them make ends meet so they don't become homeless just because they had something happen. And it could be an injury where someone has to go to the hospital and are out of work and they don't have workman's compensation or EI. So we do have a program to support people when they have a financial crisis like that, so they don't become homeless. Because as we know, if you become homeless, it's awful hard to get back into a home. So this diversion funding keeps people in their homes. It allows people to make their rent in an emergency situation, and that's something our department steps up and does. In terms of the rent subsidies in that program, those questions are better targeted towards growth and development.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that. So for housing supports, so there seems to be a huge housing support deficit in certain pockets around the province, and quite a bit of them, I guess, seem to be folks that were initially sponsored by the government to come to Canada, and so they're being housed in places and supported for a year under the sponsorship program, like the refugees sponsorship program. So they'll be housed in houses, but then once the 1 year of support is done, a lot of times folks can't make the rents in the houses that they've been placed in for that 1 year. And so I guess that doesn't totally fall under maybe under OSD, but is the minister aware of any pockets around the province of a lack of housing support workers, and is there a plan to address that? Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Opportunities and Social Development with 43 seconds.
I'm jumping up here, Mr. Chair, for a full briefing because there's only 38 seconds left, and I want to try to answer the question as much as I can. So newcomers to Canada do qualify for the ESIA program, so they do qualify for income assistance. So if they're in a situation where they become income insecure, I guess I'll call it, they do qualify for those same benefits that others in Nova Scotia do. And we also have a really good relationship with ISANS, and we provide some funding and some partnerships through them as well. So our department is active in supporting newcomers to Nova Scotia. We welcome them, we need them, and we're there to support them in times of need.
Order. Before we move to the time for the official opposition has expired, we're moving to the Liberal Party. First, would the minister like a break? 15-minute recess, or I'm sorry, 5-minute recess. 10? Yeah, we're adjourned for 10 minutes. Order. I now recognize the MLA for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm conceding my time to the member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
I recognize the MLA for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Wonderful.
Oh, injury.
My apologies. Okay, so talking about homelessness. The minister mentioned yesterday the continuum of supports. And I may get them wrong, but temporary shelters, transition housing, there's supportive housing as well, and then permanent housing. A lot of the solutions we're looking at right now in terms of permanent housing are really just, increasing the stock of private housing. And I know that there is, we talked about the 700 units out of the 1,085 that have come up, but it doesn't seem to still be addressing the issue of homelessness. And so, a great example of non-market housing solutions, and I believe this is a permanent housing option. I'm not sure, but the tiny homes in Sackville, that's a great option of how, when we get organizations that are already doing the work of supporting folks who are experiencing homelessness and have amazing ideas of how to address that, come together with policymakers, and we come up with a great solution like that. And so my question is, beyond the 1,085, are there conversations or discussions happening about what other non-market housing could be introduced to the market? And, obviously considering the situation we're in sooner rather than later.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for their question. I'm just going to reiterate what I talked about yesterday in terms of the continuum, because the member knows it well, but the people at home may not. So there's people who are unsheltered, and we need them to come in. Then we have shelter, the shelter system, which is very short term. Sometimes it can be a little longer term than we like. Then we have, in the wintertime when it's really cold and there's more people possibly out in the street, we have emergency shelters. And they can move into transitional housing and then supportive housing. And supportive housing, like I talked about yesterday, the Rose, where we had 18 families were able to move in, many of them in hotels before, many of them had children, and they still have to pay to rent their space in the Rose and in supportive housing, but it's 30% of their income. So the amount they pay is based on an analysis of their income. And then from the supportive housing, hopefully they can get permanent housing. And we're seeing with the wraparound services we're able to provide in the transitional housing and the supportive housing, we're seeing more and more people able to secure more permanent housing. The thing that's not in that continuum I talked about yesterday is the public housing, because it's not in the role of our department, it's in growth and development. And this government, under the Minister of Growth and Development has made the largest investment in public housing in 30 years in Nova Scotia. So it's up to 500 over the last 2 years, like it's 515 new units. I mean, you can say that it's never enough, but the government continues to invest in all levels through our department, with the continuum I talked about, and with growth and development, who are investing with the largest investment in 30 years in public housing. So we're responding in those two departments alone to the housing challenge, and we're starting to turn the corner in housing. The recent numbers we have and the data we have is showing good progress. We're not all the way there yet, but we believe we've turned the corner. And with the federal government's changes to immigration right now, that should take a little pressure off of this. We don't know how. I mean, it's hard to judge and hard to evaluate what's going to go on with tariffs and what effects that could have on our economy and housing and other things and the incomes of people. That could affect us too. But it's awful hard to predict what's going to happen when it changes almost on a daily basis. The 1,085 number the member referred to is from SHAP, which is our supportive housing action plan. We've already created 700 of those units, so we're ahead of schedule in that. But there were houses already available, supportive housing in Nova Scotia. So when we're finished, though, 1,085, when we achieve that goal we set from the most recent program and the most recent analysis we did through the supportive housing action plan, there will be between 1,500 and 1,600 supportive housing units in Nova Scotia. So, we develop these numbers and these targets. We do it from data, and we talked about data in the last session of questions. The better data we have, the more predictive analysis we can do, the better we can target programs. So again, it goes back to you have to have good data if you're going to make good programs and good targets. We believe we have pretty accurate data. We're working with AHANS in particular, who are doing a lot of work for us in this area. So, we've shown, I think, that our department is willing to put the budget forward, the resources forward needed to meet the challenges and the needs of today. And, but we can only do it with the data we have. So if the data drives that particular number and we get that in place and it's not enough, we'll adjust. We'll adjust. We'll have some new data sets and some new research coming from our service providers. But we're making efforts with them to make sure that data they collect for us and give to us are accurate and help us plan effectively.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that, and AHANS is a great organization doing a lot of great work. So I'm happy to see that there is collaboration there. Yesterday we talked about how many families are supported in hotels, and I believe it was 212, the number that was provided. Can the minister, or does the minister have information about how long typically those families stay in hotels before they're transitioned into permanent housing? And additionally to that, is there a trend in terms of what obstacles those families are having to transition into permanent housing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for her question. So it's not 212 families, it's actually 212 people. Right, so that's a pretty small sample size. So we have service providers that work with each individual that's currently in a hotel to try to support them in moving into some other form of housing, because living in a hotel that's not acceptable. Like they can't stay there very long. It's great for a few days if there's some sort of emergency. So the goal is to have people not living in hotels at all, but it's so individualized. The factors that put them into the hotel are so individualized, and it's not like you can really judge big trends off 212 people. The fact is we have people working directly with them. I know that the one family that moved into the Rose It was a single mom with a baby, and she had been in a hotel for 14 months, the mom had. So she had a baby while she was in the hotel, and the establishment of the Rose allowed them to move out of that hotel. Can you imagine raising a baby in a hotel room? Like, there's just no kitchen. There's not the facility you need to raise a newborn. So some of the work being done by our service providers in conjunction with support financially from our department is providing places for people to go that didn't have them before. I'm not sure what factors led to that individual case where someone was in a hotel for 14 months. I imagine that's a unique set of experiences that caused that. But the fact that that could happen shows the need for places like the Rose and for us to continue to establish more opportunities for supportive housing in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that, and I appreciate the clarification. Definitely makes a huge difference in my mind now, seeing that it's not 212 families, but 212 individuals. And I want to take a moment to talk about my experience with that a little bit, because I've seen. And I think I mentioned this maybe last night, but I was working with the Halifax Refugee Clinic when 160 some folks were brought here from Quebec who had crossed over through Roxham Road, and obviously it was an unprecedented situation where, suddenly you have these 160 some folks that need to be housed somewhere. And so they were placed in hotels. And quite a few of them were families expecting. And one comes to mind particularly because they had actually traveled from Asia to South America, and then basically either on foot or by hitchhiking rides made their way all the way up. And that woman was pregnant the whole time on that journey. And so, and then, coming here and having access to, finally having access to some prenatal care. And just to also say, there isn't a question coming after this, but just to, these are experiences that I think, really need to be publicized. And I'm so happy to finally have the stage to be able to talk about, these things that I've seen. And so yeah, after some time, you started seeing the folks living in the hotels. The unfortunate reality is they were there for a very long time, some for 2 years. And they didn't stay in the one hotel. They also had to move hotels, and that was a whole other issue. But you started seeing people really trying to make the best of it, and really sort of rallied around each other, where some people started watching other people's kids so that they can go to job interviews. And yeah, it's an unfortunate situation. People try to make the best of it, but it's not ideal. Just to echo that, the minister is absolutely right about that. And so, thank you for listening to my TED Talk. I'd like to go into income assistance, if we can. And so just to, briefly say as well to income assistance that I recognize that this is not the sort of the solution to being able to lift folks out of poverty. So sorry, I lost my train of thought. It's not the solution. I recognize that, and absolutely, we want to see people, and people on income assistance themselves do want to see themselves transition into being able to work. And a lot of times there are very particular cases where it's, it's hard for people, but also to emphasize that, seeing a lot of folks that had been, unhoused or experiencing homelessness, it's something that takes up really a lot of mental capacity. to be living in that situation, you know? And so being able to think about going to get employment supports and so on is really sort of like secondhand to surviving. And you know, just to say that I recognize it's not the solution, and people don't want that to be their lives. They want to be able to get out, but to also recognize that it's hard to get out of that cycle. And so with, we mentioned yesterday with the market basket measure being the measure that's being used by the province to, you know, as the poverty measure. Now, with that being said, how is that applied to, or is it applied to OSD or income assistance in any way? Is it something that's considered when these rates are put into place? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, we do use the, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks the member for their question. We do use the market basket measure as one of the factors we use to help calculate things, but there's several factors that are involved in income and assistance. So the rates of income assistance, we've indexed them. So that way we know that the value of the money they're getting now will still be the value in 10 years, right? So if you don't do that and there's inflation, then you'll see people actually suffering from a gap and a decrease in terms of the buying value of the money they're getting. So since 2021, income assistance has grown by 44% in Nova Scotia, the amount of money we're investing in it, to a tune of $603 million. Now, what we'd like to see is that number decrease, which would mean there are less people getting income assistance, and the way to do that is to connect them to employment, and that's why we call it employment supports and income assistance. That's the name of the program, so there's a balance there. So there's other programs we're putting in place to try to make sure life is more affordable, which will support people on income assistance as well. So we want to make sure that income assistance and the money they're getting from the government to support them in a time of need doesn't provide a disincentive for them to get employment. And that's why we've established up to $350 they can get a month on top of their income assistance where they don't get anything clawed back. Because we don't want them to feel they're risking their income assistance to get a job. So that we don't want that disincentive to sit there. So you'll probably see us take more measures and more steps like that so that people do not have a disincentive to actually work. And I've talked about the numbers a couple of times, but I'll reiterate them today. Right now we have 37,000 people in Nova Scotia currently on employment supports and income assistance. probably 16, 17,000 are disabled to where they can't probably have a job. You think of some real large challenges. But there's probably about 20,000 people there that, given the right supports, could actually work. And as they get jobs and get employment and develop those work skills and the confidence they need and the reward they get from actually working and contributing and supporting their family, that will lower people that require income assistance. So income assistance really should be a stopgap in my mind. It's a support, it's a safety net when people are really struggling. But the goal is for everyone on income assistance that has the ability to secure employment to get the supports they need so that they can develop the skills, develop the confidence, and get the reward of actually having a job and supporting their family. So that's the goal. So the goal is to lower the amount of people that are on income assistance, connect more people to employment, and to do that, we've got to put more of a focus on connecting people to work, developing those work skills and confidence, and hopefully then we can drop the amount of money being spent on income assistance and invest more and more in terms of employment services.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that. And so we have a FOIPOP recently that shows that the number of individuals receiving income assistance over the years has been increasing. And so in terms of the, recognizing that the amount invested by the government has been increasing, that very well is attributed to the number of people receiving income assistance increasing. In terms of the rate itself increasing in 2021 under the previous government, I believe, a $100 monthly increase in the standard household rate per adult was introduced. And then obviously the indexation to the CPI is huge and something that the NDP had been, pushing for years. And so that's I do see these steps, but what I don't see actually is this rate, the rate being increased by this government. And so can the minister elaborate? While we see that the amount invested is increasing, the actual rates are not, and the inflation, the cost of living has risen exponentially. And so when will the next time that the rates, is there a plan to review these rates anytime soon?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for her question. And we're going to talk some numbers here just so we know we're all on the same page. So my thought is your FOIPOP started in 2021, 2022. Do you know that? Okay. So we know that during that period of time, we were in the middle of the pandemic, right? And that had a drastic effect on people getting income assistance because they were getting CERB and the federal programs, which lifted a lot of people out of income assistance. So I'm going to go back to the year before. In 2020-21, the number of IA cases in Nova Scotia was 24,659. Then it dropped down because of the pandemic, primarily, to 21,368. So there was a drop there, but it really was because of the federal supports that rolled in. And then in 2022-2023, it was 23,105. 2023-24 is 23,561, and in 24-25 is 24,543. So when you compare it back to 2020-21 pre-pandemic, it's actually dropped down by 0.5%. So that if you can see that there really is a sort of a static number of people in the province collecting income assistance. There was a little dip down primarily because of I believe, and I'm sure if we investigated it would show this, it was because of the federal benefits that came into the province then. And that 24,543 number now, That's the raw number of people collecting. When you compare that to the overall population, because Nova Scotia's population's gone up by 55,000, I think, over that same period of time. So the percentage of population has actually dropped down, I think, by 3.4%. So that we're heading actually in the right direction when you actually take a look at the real raw numbers. That's not to say that we shouldn't be investing or we shouldn't be adding to the programs or connecting people to employment. All that is still true. You know, if one person's on income assistance, that's one person we should get off income assistance if we can support them in the right way. But when you're looking at numbers, you've got to look at the effect of the pandemic, and we are actually, when you look at the overall trend of where income assistance is and the number of people required in Nova Scotia, we're actually moving in the right direction, although slower than I would like to see.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that. So this is a question that's actually was on the top of my list, but I've saved it a little bit as we're getting closer to the end. I'm gonna put it out there. So there's been obviously a big change in the department, the name, and so I'm wondering. What was the rationale behind changing the name? You know, it's always been known as community services, and so just wondering why the name was changed.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for her question. It hasn't changed since I got there. It was already changed when the Premier called me and asked me if I'd take this on. So I didn't know what it was, right? Because Opportunities and Social Development, Community Service had the history behind it, and it's been called that. But it's more aspirational, right? Community services mean we're just out there serving people and plugging gaps and trying to provide supports. But when you're talking opportunities, the word opportunities is aspirational. We want to give people the opportunity to build a better life for themselves and provide the supports so they can do that, right? And social development, I mean, I worked in the federal department, it was called social development. That means we're putting together programs and supports for the greater society. But when you focus on the first word, the first name of our department, opportunities, we want to provide people not just supports, but give them the ladder so they can climb up and build a better life for themselves. That's what Canada's all about. People have come from all over the world to Canada and built better lives for themselves. But that's a challenging thing to do if you don't have other people in your community supporting you. And that's one of the roles government's trying to fulfill here. So what I would say is the name of the department is aspirational. We want to send the message out to all Nova Scotians that the department is here for them at the time they need it most. But it's also still there when a crisis is over. And there will be supports and programs that are tailor-made to help them continue to progress so they can have the best life they can have and meet their actual potential, whether that be social, whether that be employment, whether that be family. We want people to look at our department as something that's there to help them, not only when times are tough, but as they're progressing up after a crisis, we're still going to be there to make sure we provide advice, supports, and interventions they need so that they can achieve their goals. And much like the remedy we talked about is individualized and provides choice, Opportunities and Social Development provides choices and options as well. So people can actually make choices, and we'll be there to support them no matter what those choices are and support them as they move through life on a continuum where they can better themselves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that. And that does seem to tie in very well with the, the idea of investing in Nova Scotians. And so, even the minister had mentioned yesterday about the bridge and how what an impactful investment that is to regardless. Not to say regardless of the cost, we're here discussing budget, but that the results are very real, and so again in the spirit of investing in Nova Scotians, I had asked yesterday if there's been any sort of review to see what it would cost to bring income assistance to a more manageable amount that people can actually survive on, and again, not be in the constant mental struggle of how am I going to make it through the day. I imagine an increase would likely get people out of that state of fight or flight constantly, and people would be able to as the minister mentioned, that the best social program is a job, and so for people to be able to focus on things like getting a job or looking for a job, it's really impossible to do it when living on income assistance. I mean, I won't say impossible. Obviously, it is possible, but really the struggle of surviving on that amount is again, as I mentioned yesterday, it's all too consuming mentally, and so just around that and around investing in Nova Scotians, I would really love to see has the minister explored increasing this amount, and do we know what that cost would look like on the department? And if not, tabling that before the end of the sitting would be fantastic.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank that member for her question. I think what she's really getting at is some sort of universal basic income program in Nova Scotia. We're heading in that direction. So right now, what we try to do is strike the balance in employment supports and income assistance. So we want to support people to cover their basic needs in a time of crisis, and also provide them the supports they need to get back into the workforce and be able to provide for themselves and their family. Working in the school system, particularly when I was in Tatamagouche, we saw generational effects of income assistance where families that were receiving income assistance saw their children actually end up on the program and receiving income assistance. And there was just no connection to employment in the family. We don't want to set up a system where people lose that connection to work and lose that connection to being self-sufficient and rely on others in society. We want to make sure we strike the balance between supporting people when they're in a time of crisis and supporting them get back. That's why we combine employment supports and income assistance. So, we are constantly looking at where that balance is in terms of the rates for income assistance, and this is why things like indexing have taken place, so that inflation doesn't disrupt the balance that we've established. But in reality, we want to make sure people are contributing members to society if they have the ability to do that. And sometimes, and I've talked about the numbers, that the 20,000 we'd like to see get the supports they need to move back into the workforce so they can support their families. I believe that people on income assistance would really like to do that. I believe they have the motivation. And once they get connected to work, they'll actually get the self-assurance and the confidence and the satisfaction of actually doing a job, getting up in the morning, going to work. But sometimes I believe income assistance, if it goes on too long, can become a cyclical thing which draws them down and holds them back. And that's why we want to make sure that all the programs that we put in place don't provide a disincentive to actually taking on training, taking on employment, and taking on work. So we have to make sure we don't upset that balance by making income assistance a disincentive to actually getting into the workforce. And that's why we have to focus on that balance and have both sides of the ledger, the employment supports and income assistance. So we want to make that balance. To move to something more like a basic income, that affects all kinds of different programs across the board. far-ranging above beyond income assistance, because we have a lot of income-tested support programs across government, both provincially, even municipally and federally. So when you're looking at something like basic income, that is a huge, huge, huge discussion, and we would need to really communicate and collaborate with municipal levels of government, chambers of commerce and employment services across the country, and the federal government in particular. So that's not something we can do just in one department. And we strive every day to make sure we have that balance between supporting people in times when they need it and connecting them to work so in the long term they can be more self-sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. I thank the minister for that. I actually wasn't talking about universal basic income, but since we're on the topic, so with anytime I think about universal basic income, I think about a time I had gone to I guess that you can call it an information session where Dr. Wanda Bernard was there talking about that, and had there's a quote that she said, and I may be just maybe mixing up the words, but talking about targeted universalism or universal targeted. I think it was targeted universalism, where having something like a basic income, a universal basic income, doesn't necessarily mean that every single individual is going to apply for and receive that. But having that as something that is open to everybody removes the stigma of it being an additional support needed. And so, there might even be a discussion about how we can transform income assistance into a universal basic income program. So that, again, the stigma around that is gone, and folks are not living in cycles of unmanageably low rates. And so I believe that there is actually an advocacy group in Nova Scotia. I'm not sure the name right now, but they've been doing a lot of work around that and around what it would look like to be implemented. And so I'm wondering, is there any plan to look at what a basic income guarantee would look like in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for her question. So the answer is no, that is not a direction that Nova Scotia is planning to go. And in fact, it doesn't exist anywhere in Canada. There's no province in Canada right now that has that program in place. It is talked about in terms of different groups put it forward. What I think we really want to do is make sure that we have programs in place that encourage people to be contributing members of society and give back. We don't want to put programs in place that provide a disincentive. And that's why I talk about balance, and that balance is important. A universal basic income is bigger than Nova Scotia. I mean, that would have to be, you'd have to look almost nationwide with the federal government, municipal government, provincial governments. You'd have to change almost every income-tested program we have across government and across the country. So right now, there's no plan in Nova Scotia to implement a universal basic income program. We do have income assistance, and that's for people that are low income or going through a crisis. We have assistance for people who are struggling making ends meet. We have programs in place to support them when times are tough. But the other side of that is we want to make sure that we, as quickly as possible, get them back to where they have employment, where they have the confidence to contribute, and where they can actually start saving for a vacation, start building a house, afford their rent. Maybe afford to support their family as they grow up and playing things like hockey and other sports, and choices that they'll be able to make if they have employment and they have income coming in, which they wouldn't if they're disconnected to work. So we want to make sure we don't put programs in place which are a disincentive for families to progress forward in their lives and supports for their children. We want to make sure the program has that balance between employment supports and assistance when times are tough. And I think right now, with the indexing that this government's done, we've actually struck that balance. We'll always continue to look at it and look at factors like when times are tough and affordability. And right now, when we're looking at the impact of possible tariffs, and it goes back and forth on a day-to-day basis now, we have to make sure that we take strong steps to support the growth in our economy, looking for new trade partners. We've got a lot of work to do as a government, and I think that really starts with diversifying our economy so that we'll be able to provide the social programs like income assistance, like the employment services that we have in place. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
I thank the minister for that. My apologies. So my question is actually, again, just to go back to something that we had briefly discussed yesterday, the poverty reduction credit. Is there, I guess I'm not sure, is this something that that is going to be indexed to CPI the same way that income assistance is? And if not, is there a reason why not? If so, when will that be in place? Thank you. I'm so sorry, I forget.
Fine. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for their questions. So the poverty tax credit's a $500 credit to people that qualify. It was forecast in 24-25 that 11,758 people would be eligible for it. Year to date, that's down 3.1%, so we're moving in the right direction. But right now, we haven't considered indexing that particular support as of this time. And as I said, we're seeing the number of people that are actually receiving it actually start to decrease, but it's there for people who need it, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. So with respect to the affordable living tax credit, which is the payable amount to low-income individuals or families with children, in order to help support with the cost of their needs, the last increase was in 2012, so 13 years ago, and that's when it was increased to $255 per year for an individual couple or a parent, and $60 per year per child. Has there been any discussions about increasing that amount? And if so, when will that increase be implemented? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. So tax credits are over with the Department of Finance. It's a tax change, and I believe, and I may be wrong because I'm not the Minister of Finance, but I think that would have to be part of the budget process. So if you have questions about the actual affordable living tax credit, that's going to have to be directed more to the Department of Finance.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Civil Island, Halifax, Civil Sable Island.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to hop in here and ask a few questions. And I, of course, have not followed along minute by minute, so hopefully not repeating too many questions. I know that my colleague asked about standing up the Child and Youth Commissioner, and I wanted to go back to that. When that was brought forward, the enabling piece of legislation in order to hire a commissioner was brought forward last year at budget time. We introduced a very lengthy amendment. And so I'll speak to the chair, sorry. I've done lots of work over the years with children's advocates in other provinces. So BC, Yukon, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and New Brunswick for sure. And as well as have connected with children and youth advocates internationally. And so they provide a really essential way of transforming the lives of young people in communities. So, for instance, when the Child Youth Commissioner was introduced in the UK in the sort of mid-2000 teens, there's actually quite a bit of research, and I'll have to dig it back out again from last year to table, but really demonstrating the outcome level impacts that having a Child Youth Commissioner can have. And so, a lot of our proposals last year were in terms of the mandate, the role, the responsibility, the accountability, who it reports to. So I know that you said to my colleague that you wanted to make sure it was done right, but I am concerned there's no money in this budget to stand up that office, because we approved the ability to stand up the position last March. So it's surprising to me that there's still no money for the office. And I'm wondering, there's no money. The enabling legislation to even just get a little start has been around for a year. So what is in the work plan for this year in terms of establishing that office?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for her question, and I acknowledge the fact she wasn't here earlier in person to hear my answer. So work is ongoing in the department to establish this office. It's something I'm personally committed to. It's something I believe in. There's been, of course, jurisdictional scans done across, as she mentioned, the research they did. Our department's also done the same research. We've worked with some stakeholders to get advice and consult on how this office can be the most effective it can be. So right now, although there's no budget line for this office currently in this budget, there's work ongoing in the department to setting up regulations, set up staffing and hiring, and the scope of what that office is going to do. So I've directed officials that this is something that's important to me as minister. I want to see this office established, but I want to make sure it's done effectively and done right, because setting an office up like this, if it's not done appropriately and the regulations are not effective, it can cause the office to be ineffective as it starts up. And this is an office that won't just exist for a year. It's an office that will exist ongoing. So, we're going to make this happen as quickly as possible, but we're also going to ensure that this office has the proper authority, power, and regulations that govern it, so that it can be a very effective office for not only today's youth, but future generations of youth.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Sure, and just before we continue the conversation, I would just ask that the minister use my pronoun, which is they, not she. And so in terms of the Child Youth Commission, so I guess, I appreciate this idea that work is ongoing, but, if you don't fund it, sometimes things don't get done. But also, I'm wondering what the timelines are. I'm wondering what the deliverables are, in fact, in this year. So I'm going to leave that question for the minister to answer and add a new one, which is, I was quite involved in supporting some of the connecting with young people, for instance, in the early years. So I think over 2 ministers, at least, had the Youth Advisory Council for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island do research and make presentations to the ministers at the time. They had the chance to meet with the Youth Council in New Brunswick. They had the chance to review a lot of the research and actually had done a lot of university research on their own on the issue. And so I'm wondering at this point, has the department reconnected with the stakeholders that have already been engaged with this process, and what have the stakeholders been told?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, I want to apologize to the member for misgendering. I was not aware, so I apologize for that, and I'll do my very best effort that it does not happen again. The work is ongoing, as I said, to try to make this office the most effective it can be. As minister, I get regular reports on this, how the work is ongoing in the department. I actually have met with those stakeholders. They came into the office in January, because I hadn't met with them because I wasn't minister the last time they had made a report. So I actually sat down, met, heard what they thought that this office could establish and could do. So we are moving forward in this. It's something that I care about, and it's something I put emphasis on as minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Sable Island.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if the minister could outline what they see as the responsibilities of the Child and Youth Commissioner with what they know thus far.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
As we progress and get more feedback from the department on the regulations, scope of what this office is going to establish, I'd be able to talk about that with more acumen than I can now. But safe to say that this office will be representing children across the province, making sure that they have representation to government from an independent body. That's something that's been done across the country. The structures are a little different depending where you are. But in the end, the role of this office is going to be to support children, to make sure that government is providing the supports they need so that children across the province can progress. So we need to make sure that there's an independent body, an independent officer that reports to this legislature that represents children, provides them a representation. I mean, we have the ombudsman now in the short term, but we need to make sure that there's an effective officer of this legislature that sole responsibility is to put forward issues and reports that affect children directly.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Sable Island.
Thank you. And I mean, I'm very happy to hear that the intent is to have a body independently reporting to this legislature. I think that is the most effective model for this. The Ombudsman's Office, of course, has been able to support children and youth when it's specifically around issues related to specific provincial services. So children and youth in care, children in conflict with the law, that sort of thing. But it's been quite limited and hasn't been able to also then start thinking about systemic issues, issues around experiences of discrimination or, sort of systemic issues. So I'm wondering if the minister can talk a bit about the scope. It sounds like it's not just going to be about provincial services, but more broadly. And again, anything that he can share at this point.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. This is exactly what's going on. The department is looking at the actual scope of what this office is going to be. So I can't speak on details specifically because that's information that I haven't gotten to come up yet. So work is ongoing within the department on issues like the member has put forward here. So we'll be, as we move forward in this and progress in this, we'll be able to report back on that. But the information the member has brought forward here on terms of scope is exactly the type of work that's being done in the department currently.
I recognize the member of Halifax, Sable Island.
And I think one more question on the Child Youth Commissioner. Is there a plan in place to have a ongoing youth advisory function?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. It's not something I'm personally opposed to as minister, but I'd have to go back and look at the recommendations that have been made because that's not something that was a focus of the discussion I had with stakeholders, but it's not something I'm opposed to.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Sable Island.
And yeah, just so again, like the different offices that I've worked with across the country have really relied on having sort of an ongoing youth engagement function that's usually in the sort of the context of an advisory council, as well as youth employed, as well as youth when they're looking at specific projects to be part of that. So that's where I I think it's the best practice for this type of organization. And I know from the young people I've worked with over the years in Nova Scotia, everything from developing the One Chance to Be a Child report to, like I said, to the Halifax Citadel Sable Island Youth Advisory Committee. This has been something that people have been very excited about and really interested in. I'm going to switch gears. And I'm wondering if the minister could talk about where they see the mandate in opportunities in social development for supporting people with autism in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the member for the question. Just going back to the previous question, there actually was a recommendation for the office to provide youth advisory services. So that's something as the department continues to work on the scope of this, that's something I will follow up on, because as I said, I'm not personally opposed to that. Our department doesn't provide support services directly for people with autism. That lies with mental health and addictions. So questions around autism and support services for autism should be directed to the Minister in the Department of Mental Health and Addictions.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I guess I wanted to ask that for a couple of questions, for a couple of reasons. One, more generally, and this is probably a discussion that I would much prefer to take offline, but is based on my own family's experience with a young person with autism and actually finding it very difficult to access disability supports in the province. Yeah, we'll take it offline. But it's near and dear to my heart. We have heard from some families with young people with autism that the responsibility for a program called Person-Directed Program Planning is coming to Opportunities in Social Development, and that's specifically a program for autistic young people. Can you clarify?
Time there. Do you have time? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for their question. The member's accurate in saying that our department doesn't provide operational services. That would lie with addictions and mental health. But the province did fund the provincial autism strategy. So there's been a role for several departments, and our department was part of that consultation process and part of that overall process. There are areas of the disability support program that provide family support. So our department does have some role in that, but operational support for autism lies with addictions and mental health.
Order, please. Before we ask the next question, I believe the remaining time is just under an hour, so we're going to reset the clock for that now, if that's okay. I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Well, I mean, thank you for that. I guess what I understand is that families were informed this week that this program, the person-directed program, planning program, was actually coming to Opportunities in Social Development. That was a program that previously was run by Autism Nova Scotia and is coming to Opportunities in Social Development. So if is that, I guess I just want to clarify, because I can go back to families and say, we don't know what's happening with it, but that's perhaps not exactly what's happening with it.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member for clarifying that. So the member's accurate in saying that. It was a pilot program that existed with addictions and mental health, and that program is now going to be moving into our remedy program. So our local area coordinators and ISPCs will be coordinating that on a regional level throughout Nova Scotia. So that pilot project is now moving into our remedy response for the province of Nova Scotia, and there will be staff that are coordinating that program in the 4 different quadrants of Nova Scotia that the remedy is approaching.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So my understanding is that it was a pilot project funded by Addictions and Mental Health, but actually implemented by Autism Nova Scotia. And so I'm wondering why the decision was made to remove it from Autism Nova Scotia and bring it into government.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for their question. The rationale for moving the pilot project into the remedy approach is because we have the staff in place who are already doing intense planning with families and clients. So we have staff in place throughout the province that are doing that work already for people with disabilities, and we want to make sure we use that staff the best we can. So they have the training, they have the certification. I talked earlier today about the workforce challenges we're facing. So because we have staff in place, because we have those services already up and running, the pilot project was successful. We have the best resources and the best funding to be able to make that program very meaningful to people who engage in it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And so perhaps the minister can clarify if it was actually a request from Autism Nova Scotia. Did they feel that they didn't have the workforce available to implement this program? Or were they hoping to keep it within Autism Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for their question. We didn't want to set up 2 streams of duplicative services, so we have the staff in place to do this work. They're already located throughout the province. We believe that the staff and the interaction with families, instead of having 2 streams, 1 stream would be much more effective, and that's why the department's taking on that, including that with the actions that we're taking to support people who qualify for the remedy.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And I mean, I guess, so my concern is that on one hand, I mean, Autism Nova Scotia has been an incredible partner for all Nova Scotians, for the government of Nova Scotia, and for Autistic Nova Scotians for decades, and has built the capacity to support the community, when I would argue, and not like this government, but government with a capital G, have really often left autistic folks and their families to flounder. And there's been there's been so few services. And my interactions, and again, this is like not this government, but like government, and I was working in government when these interactions with government. But you know, my experience as a parent with someone with a child with autism is that you know, there was really very limited understanding in the department at that time of community services about autism, about what that looked like in terms of the need for disability supports. And even at the beginning of this line of questioning, the minister said, oh, we don't have any responsibility in autism. So I guess what I would say is that the remedy was essential in getting us on the right path in Nova Scotia and supporting people with disabilities, but it was a very specific issue and a very specific court order. And I'm concerned that by moving an autism-focused program, moving folks with autism from Autism Nova Scotia, where, you know, that's where the expertise is in this province, into a department that doesn't have a history of the expertise. And I assume that have staff people hired, you know, for other areas of expertise. My concern is that it's just not going to be as effective. So I guess my question for the minister is, what's the plan for getting the department and its staff up to speed on working with folks with autism?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Autism Nova Scotia is a great organization and a fantastic partner for the government of Nova Scotia. The pilot was operating in 2 of 4 regions. The remedies budget this year is over $120 million, and we have local area coordinators and ISPCs who are trained in this specific type of activity to support these families. So we don't want to have 2 streams of people doing the exact same thing in the exact same region. We have expertise, we have training, we have a budgetary support, and the remedy is a huge, huge activity for supporting people with disabilities across Nova Scotia. I am absolutely convinced that the staff that we set up can do the job, they can do it effectively, and it provides us a sort of a single avenue to provide supports like this throughout Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And like I said, I've only received a bit of information about the program, so perhaps the minister and I can keep talking about to make sure that the conditions are there for success for persons with autism. I just want to flip a little bit into again, because I wasn't here through every minute, I presume that some questions were asked about the Mockingbird program. Oh, all right. Well, then I'll start with that. You know, the Mockingbird program was an evidence-based program brought to Nova Scotia around supporting foster families and foster children. And I'm wondering at this point what outcomes the minister can provide from that program.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really want to thank the member for this question. I've been waiting for this question. This is a program that I have been so impressed with, and the reason is, as a school principal, and I often go back to when I was in Tittamegush because I was there for 10 years, and it was an area of really high needs. And I mentioned this last night. The school I was principal of in Tittamegush was recognized by Today's Parent magazine as one of the top 40 schools in the country. And that recognition was primarily because of the support we gave to students with disabilities. But also in that school, we had the highest percentage of foster children in the province of Nova Scotia. And I'll tell you why, because in Tittamegush at the time, they had the lowest social economic income per capita of anywhere in the province in the North Shore of Nova Scotia. The member from Cumberland North and I discussed that earlier today. This was back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and the place was really struggling economically. With the collapse of the fishing industry and several other factors over there, there was a lot of job loss. And because of that, there were several families in the area that took in foster children because it provided them an income stream they could help support their family, and some severe some children that had some severe challenges where when you have a foster child that's at severe challenges, the funding you get per day is increased. So we had fantastic families taking in foster children, and they all fed into the school where I was principal. And I'm going to talk about just some experiences I had as a school administrator there, and I'm not filibustering at all. I really want to talk about this because it's meaningful to me. I'm going to talk about one particular student. I'm not going to identify them by name. But the student, when he arrived at our school, had been in 26 different foster homes before he arrived at us, and he was in grade 5. Think about that. He had been in 26 different foster homes throughout Nova Scotia. Different communities. He'd been in every end of Nova Scotia in foster care. And the reason he had been in so many is he had something that was diagnosed as attachment disorder. So he was used to being in chaos. And anytime he got to a good place that was really running well, he quickly disrupted that. And he tried to disrupt in school too. We just didn't let him, because I just told him, no matter what you do, no matter what names you call adults here, you're not going home, you're staying right here with us. We'll find a way to keep you here. But the respite needed to support a child like that by the foster parents was so challenging. And that's why eventually he would wear out his welcome and he would have to be moved, or he'd do something, some sort of thing to get himself moved. The Mockingbird Family Program for foster children, I wish it had existed back then. So I'm going to describe what it is, and I'm sure the member knows what it is, but I'm going to describe for people who may be watching. So you set up a constellation of up to say 10 foster homes who all work together as a team, and there's one main hub home. And all those foster children and those families can gather at that hub home for celebrations, for activities, and they work together. So and many of you who do know about the foster system, when a child goes into a home as a foster child, there may be other foster children in that home, they consider themselves brothers and sisters, and they're brothers and sisters forever. Like, that's my brother, that's my sister, and they run into each other later in life. But a lot of times for children that are like this young fella, they're in by themselves because the needs they have are so severe that you don't have multiple children in there. So they don't have that connection. They don't have cousins. They don't have brothers. They don't have sisters in that home. But the Mockingbird setup allows that family, that foster family, to take that child in their house, along with other children if they have them, and they work together. So it's kind of like if you were in a small town and you had brothers and sisters living together who had children. You have big family events, family reunions. You might have family dinners where the cousins all get together. The Mockingbird setup is kind of reflective of that. So if something happens in one of these homes where there's, say, someone gets sick or there's an accident or a job loss and there needs to be respite, they can go to the hub home, a place they're familiar with adults they're familiar with other children they're already familiar with, and they'll stay there until the reunification can happen at their regular foster home. And this is allowing children to stay longer in homes, because if they can't be there for a weekend or a week, there's a place they can go in that community. And I can't tell you as a school principal, like probably the hundreds of foster children I've dealt with, when they move or something happens and they have to move and they move out of your community, you might have things at that school really set up well. They might be being very successful in the school. That was the case for this child because we just didn't let him not be successful. But he moved. Like one day he was there and one day he was gone. We had so much good stuff happening. His behavior was great. His academics were excellent. He was participating in sports teams at the school. And then something happened in the home and boom, he was gone. I've never laid eyes on him again. I often wonder what's happened to him. And I think if this program had existed, this Mockingbird system had existed, he could have moved to another foster home in that family or the hub home in that community. He wouldn't have lost that connection to school. At least he would have had one connection. So I think this is a leap forward in terms of supporting youth in care and the foster system as a whole. And from a foster parent perspective, you know you have that relationship to collaborate, call someone, ask questions. You have a connection to other foster homes that you wouldn't have had under the previous system. So talking to the workers that are setting this up, they're so positive about it. So as a minister, it's something that like I've recognized, I see the benefit of it, and I'm 100% supportive of it. And I can tell you it's something that I'm going to continue to support in my role in leading the department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And I mean, I think, you know, the Mockingbird model has a lot of evidence behind it. I am wondering if we have outcomes, for instance, from last year, like, or what outcomes are being measured. So is it being measured in terms of, I mean, maybe you'll just tell me, but like length of time people are able to stay, decreased number of placements for young people. I mean, the idea and you know, people's kind of review of it can be positive, but what is it actually giving in terms of better outcomes for young people, short and medium term?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
So, as the member said, it's a newer program in Nova Scotia. It's currently under an official evaluation. But anecdotally, from talking to workers, and we've met with some workers in Nova Scotia, the talk about this is so positive that I can't imagine that when the report comes back, it's not going to be a full strong endorsement of what we're doing. There may be some suggestions of how we can tinker with it to make it even better, but from talking to the people that are administrating this, talking to some people that are engaged in it, it's all been totally positive, and from my background and my experience, I can see why it's so effective. So I'd be more than willing to share with the member the results of that evaluation when it comes back, but I just can't imagine it's not going to be a very positive evaluation of that program.
I recognize the Minister. I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, there's also been a change to how foster families are funded. So my understanding is that the funding was increased, and also that folks weren't necessarily required to provide, you know, sort of the type of detailed accounting that they had to before per line item. So they're given a monthly budget that they are used to support the well-being of the children in their care. And I'm wondering, is that program being evaluated? I think this would be the end, perhaps, of its first year. And if there are concerns, or if young people have concerns that they aren't receiving the support that they need, how can they bring concerns forward?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for the delay. We're trying to get accurate information here, okay? So there are 798 caregivers across Nova Scotia. This is a 26% increase. So we believe some of the changes that the department's made in supporting families with foster children in them has led to this increase. And for anyone out there that's interested in opening your home and supporting a foster child, I think you'll find that it'll be probably one of the most rewarding things you can do. And these people are very valuable volunteers in our system. We've talked about what we're doing with the remedy, moving people out of institutions. We used to have children like this in orphanages and other institutions, and for generations now we've had the foster care system set up. We continue to support these foster families in supporting these children. One of the components we'll be looking at when we evaluate the Mockingbird program is the amount of family breakups, because of what I talked about with that individual example of the child I used. When the home explodes, we really believe that that metric will decrease significantly because of the additional support you have with the cohort of constellations put together. In terms of funding, we have increased, I think, the daily rate a bit to support these families, and we've required less receipts because as foster families, we want to give them the flexibility they need. As anybody that's had their own children or worked with other children, different children have different needs, and we want to make sure that the foster families have the flexibility in terms of funding to support those individual needs. So we're requiring less documentation, less receipting, and increase the amount for the daily rate a little bit, because we want to make sure we let these foster families know we trust them to make the best decision of how to support the children we've placed in their homes.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And certainly in no way do I want to undermine anything that I think about fostering. So we've been temporary foster parents. I'd do it again, maybe once I get my own kids launched. I guess my concern is, what are the rights, especially as children become adolescents and teens? How does a young person express any concerns they have about how they're able to access resources, how they're being supported? So things like clothing, spending allowance, that sort of thing within the homes.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the member for their question. Every child in care has a social worker attached to their case. And a lot of times, even when they move from home to home through foster care, that social worker can remain consistent. And we've had some incredible relationships between children as they grow up with their social worker. Sometimes that changes as social workers move, but in a lot of cases they can have that connection with that one adult throughout their entire youth. This is Social Worker Month. We had a number of social workers here today. We identified them here in the House. And I want to send a message out to all the social workers in the province, particularly those ones that are, because we're talking about children in care now, that are working with children. The work you're doing is invaluable to the system. It's tough work, it's emotional work, it's challenging work, but it's also, I believe, rewarding work. And it inspires me every day as the minister for this department. We have over 400 social workers in the province. Many of them work with youth and children in care. So if a child is needing something, a pair of skates, a hockey registration, basketball shoes, art lessons, music lessons, that's something they can work with their individual social worker on to try to get the budget to help support that. Their foster parents can do the same thing, but every child in care is attached to a social worker, and part of that social worker's caseload is to support that child. One of the roles I had when I was in Tatamagouche, I was on the Children's Aid Society Board in Colchester County. We used to have volunteer board organizations supervising the activities of our department officials there. They get quickly moved into a provincial association so that it's not done by volunteer boards anymore. So that's when I left the board, is because the board no longer existed. But back then, the caseloads social workers had was the number one issue they had in terms of labor. It still is. We're talking to social workers now in my role as minister. We need to do more work to decrease the caseloads that social workers have. One of the things we've done this year is we've added some administrative support, a new position which supports some of the administrative, the paperwork that social workers are required to do, freeing them up to do the good work, like the member's talking about, supporting people in their caseload more directly, including children that are maybe in foster care. So we're trying to take some steps to ease the burden of those jobs. And I would love to see a time when we could shrink those caseloads. But just like for a teacher, sometimes it's not the caseload. Sometimes it's the complexity of the caseload they have. I mean, you can have 5 really difficult cases, which are more of a burden, than 20 less challenging cases. So case management and the role of the managers is also important in this case. But we need to make sure that the social workers across Nova Scotia know that they're valued, know that we hear them. I've met with them, and we're taking action to try to look at what we can do to reduce their administrative burden, reduce some of the caseload if we could possibly do it, so they can better support the people that we've assigned them to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax Civil Sable Island.
I'm just going to ask a couple more questions and then turn it back to my colleague. So, you know, I have an answer that I'm hoping the minister will give, because I think that this practice has ended as we've built more capacity in the province. In previous years, there were times when we did not have enough sort of advanced level foster homes available for young people with the most complex needs, and young people were sent to specialized facilities in Montreal, Alberta, and into the States. And I'm just wondering if the minister can indicate how many children in the care of the province were sent out of province in the past year for specialized foster care.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities.
Thank you, Mr.
and Social
Chair.
Development.
You're doing great, Mr. Chair. It's Friday. It's almost time to go to Cape Breton. I want to thank the member for their question. Currently, we have some medical supports in foster homes. We have some specialized foster homes. So currently in Nova Scotia, we have no children that are in our care placed outside the province. But I do know that in the past that this existed. From my own experience, I worked very closely with a social worker in Truro. He's retired now. His name is David Parody. I'll give him a shout out. We had 2 children. I won't say their relationship because I'd identify them, in the school that had a lot of interaction with justice, and this is at the elementary school level, and we're talking before they're 12 years old, had very, very challenging profiles. And every support possible in the province was given to them. There was just no location, no support system, no foster family, no group home that could manage this particular couple of individuals. So they were actually placed in group homes in Ottawa, finished their high school education in Ottawa, returned to Nova Scotia. I'm still involved very closely with one of them, does a lot of work with me around my home, volunteers in my political campaign. So this has been probably 35 years now since I had them as a student. So it was a shame when they were removed, not only from their home, not only from their community, but also their province, and were placed for years for specialized services in Ottawa. Right now, that is no longer the case in Nova Scotia, and that shows the evolution of the support system we built here and the services we built here in Nova Scotia. Because as Minister, I think it's necessary for me to express my support for the social workers and the programs we put in place so that we take care of our own here in Nova Scotia, no matter what challenges they face, Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize the next member for questioning, I recognize that there's 30 minutes left in today, and I really want to give both sides the opportunity to, so you'd know how many questions you have left. And I assume we're doing closing remarks at the end of this? So this is the last hour of estimates. So, Minister, do you have any idea how many minutes you need? A minute? Just for your questioning, so you would know. I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. I would like to zoom in a little bit on something specific. So the tiny homes project in Lower Sackville, as well as some of the other pallet shelters that are being put up, and I imagine this is something that was put in place before the minister became the minister of this department. But I would love to know and get some more information about this. So, the Atlantic Community Shelter Society is the one that manages those sites, and so I'm wondering how that organization was selected. How was that organization selected as the one to provide the wraparound services?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
So we put a call out to our service providers and our partners to see who'd be willing to take this work on. It's been hugely successful, I think renownedly successful. Quest was a service provider who was adapting their business model to support people in the community. The Atlantic Community Shelter Supports was sort of evolved from Quest, and they're actually the service provider that's providing this. So really it was our department reaching out to our partners, and then some of our partners stepping up. So Quest and ACSS have been great partners in this, and we've been pleased to work with them at 3 different locations in Nova Scotia, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. So that actually maybe I'll have to rethink my follow-up questions, because I wasn't aware that the Atlantic, that organization sort of came up out of another organization, because what it appeared, the public-facing side is that this was an organization that was registered in 2024. And so yeah, no, I appreciate that clarification. because I have seen obviously firsthand the great work that a lot of these organizations are providing, and yeah. So with that, so I'm going to just quickly jump topics. There's a question that came regarding OSD workers specifically, and so there was a labor management committee meeting confirmed with the child welfare workers. What recommendations have come out of that, and what recommendations are being implemented? And if that's not readily available, tabling it before the end of the sitting would be great.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the member for their question. We're kind of getting down to like operational details I don't have at our fingertips. We can't just grab, so we'll seek to get that information and get it to you.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate it. And sort of a follow-up maybe to that is that we've heard from folks working in the department for several years that there is a problem with bullying within the department, and so is that something that I guess has been brought to the attention of management? Is that something that's being addressed, or how is it being addressed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the member for her question. So OSD has 1,700 plus employees that work within a large organization. There's 35 offices across the province. We have a whole unit devoted to diversity, equity, and engagement. There's a lot of staff development, and any allegations of bullying or inappropriate behavior by employees is dealt with by supervisors and managers. It's also a unionized environment. There's a union representing them, so there's labor practices throughout our department from one end of the province to the other. I could like to personally say that to me, any acts of bullying or inappropriate behavior to take place in the department is unacceptable. It's unacceptable to me. I think it's unacceptable in modern workplaces. And to anybody out there that's working at OSD or in any other location, if you're suffering bullying or intimidation in any way, shape, or form, please, if you're a unionized member, go to your union, go to your supervisor, go to your manager. If that's not satisfactory, continue to go up the ladder, because we would take any accusation seriously. It would be investigated and it would be dealt with, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
I appreciate the minister, and I actually do. I do just want to take a moment now that we are nearing the end to say how much I really do truly appreciate the minister and the staff, and there's, I know behind the three folks I see, there's probably a team of 10 others, and so. For the folks at the top, thank you. The frontline workers, really everybody within this department, This is very important work, and I feel, I may be biased, but I feel like it's a department, it's one of the departments that really, truly, directly touches a lot of people in a way that's visible to them as this is OSD interacting with me, or this is me interacting with OSD. And so, you know, any of the questions that I've asked is because I see the potential that this department has in making such a positive impact on the lives of Nova Scotians. And I really appreciate the minister's offer to be able to chat at a later date. I do look forward to that, and I've already started writing down notes about the things that I would like to talk about. And so, you know, all that to say that I do appreciate your time and the effort put into this and put into all the work that's being done by the department. I look forward to more collaboration, and I can cede my time to my colleague from Cumberland North.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague, and we'll finish this off, Minister. So, as my colleague mentioned, such an important department and does such incredible work. I know certainly the staff at the office in Cumberland are an incredible team and care very deeply for their clients. I'm wondering, on that note, can the minister share with us how is the staffing, and I apologize if this has already been discussed and I didn't hear. I'm wondering how the department is doing with regards to staffing. Is there much of a vacancy, shortage of staff throughout the province, or are the departments fully staffed? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Leave it to the member from Cumberland North to bring math in on a Friday afternoon at 4. So, you know, there are retirements, there's people changing jobs, there's people moving within this department and other departments. But currently, we're at about a 6% vacancy rate in terms of staff. But that's probably skews a little high when you say that compared to what it really is. Part of that is because of the remedy. We've hired 120 new people and 120 new positions, and we have to ramp up the certification level so people are actually qualified to apply for those jobs before we can award those jobs. So probably right now, currently at this moment, is we're right around 6%, but in reality, it's probably consistently a little lower than that. But the number I have for you is 6%, and I look forward to challenging math questions for the next 15 minutes and 47 seconds, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Minister, I realize it's late on a Friday. So that's great to know. I mean, it'd be better if we didn't have any vacancy, but that's actually lower than what I would have thought based on the labor market right now. And I know the minister made an announcement last week with an incredible woman from Cumberland North, Connie Fisher, who works for NSCC, an incredible woman, rock star. And I know the minister announced funding for NSCC for more training, so that will help as well. I did come in as the conversation was happening with one of my colleagues, foster care and adoption, and I am curious, hopefully it won't involve too much math, but I'm wondering where the department is at when it comes to finding homes for fostering as well as adoption here in the province. Like, do we have enough foster homes? Do we need more? And if yes, you know, what can we be doing as MLAs to help the department with that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have those numbers right at our fingertips, so that was a good question. So we did have a question earlier about Mockingbird families and the constellation program we put in place in foster care. So the number of caregivers we have in the province currently is 798. People have opened their homes to have foster children move in. That's a 26% increase over the last a couple of years. We attribute that to some of the changes and modernization we've made in the foster care system, some flexibility in terms of receipts and budget they can use more flexibly in the homes to be able to support those children, and the supports we put in place in terms of the incredible work done by social workers and caseworkers that every child who's in care in Nova Scotia has been assigned to. So we're redesigning the foster care system, and so far that's led, in part at least, to an increase in the amount of people we have participating, but it can never be enough. So if anyone out there is interested in engaging this, opening your home to a child, I can think of no more rewarding volunteer activity than it would be to open your home and your family, to take care of a child who's in need, to take care of a child who's in care. So if there's any interest in that, please reach out to one of our service providers or one of our offices throughout Nova Scotia. But so far, the redesign and some of the restructuring we've done within the foster child's care system has been very beneficial, and we hope to see those numbers grow over the next year.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. So the minister had shared 26% increase. Does that mean there's 26%? I don't think this is what he meant, but I'm curious the numbers. 26% increase in number of children that need a home to be fostered or adopted. And I'm wondering if not, where are we at with regards to children here in the province? Are we seeing an increase in the number? And I will share in our area, sometimes there's situations, especially if there's addictions, and sometimes people aren't able to take care of their children and need some help there. And I'm wondering, has the department seen any increase in the incidence of children needing foster placement?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
The math questions continue. Math class used to end at elementary at 3 on Fridays. Usually it was art Friday afternoons. Okay, so the 798 number is the number of caregivers we have that are willing to take children. The number of children is actually 765 that are in care in the province. That's down 7% over last year. So there's actually a few less children in care, but we have more caregivers to allocate them to. So the system's balanced right now. Now remember, some of those numbers are two caregivers like a family. There's two caregivers within that family. So we can always use more. We can always use more because just because you have empty spaces in Bridgewater, if the child's living in Port Hawkesbury, you better keep them close to home and close to the same school they were already in. So we can always use more, because the more locations and the more caregivers we have, the better we can match them to the children that need to be put in care or need to be put in those homes. So just because we have enough doesn't mean we have the right structures or the right geography to support those children. So if anyone's interested in taking this role on, it's very rewarding. I can think of no better volunteer activity than open your home and open your heart to a child. And we'll always need more, because the more options we have to place children, the better we can match the home to the child.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I'm curious if the minister is able to share any information, like how often when a child needs to go into the care of another family or another home, is it actually another family member that steps up? And in those situations where maybe it's a case of grandparents or aunt and uncle or a close relative, did they receive the same type of supports from the department as, say, if the child was being fostered by a non-family member? And I only ask that question, Mr. Chair, just because I think probably there may be some people out there that are wondering that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for her question. So there's some stuff to unpack here, right? So we've been, as I mentioned before in this line of questioning, restructuring the framework we use to support children in care. So the first priority is they never come into care in the first place. Because once children come into care, it's increasingly difficult to get them out. And we all know that connecting them to someone that's already in their family, whether it's a direct family member or whether it's someone I call like a community family member, someone that loves and cares for them like a biological relative. So that's always the first option. And our social workers are highly skilled at first looking to see if there's a safe place with a family that loves them, they already have connection with, whether that be, it could be a grandmother, it could be an aunt, it could be an uncle, it could be someone that's related to them, or it could be someone that's very close to the family that opens their home up to them. It's not a foster child. So we've increased the budget for those situations. It's called the Alternate Family Care Program by $750. That's the increase. So they don't get as much as like a foster family would for taking students, or taking, sorry, I always say students, children in, but it actually does provide a huge increase in the financial support for alternate family care. And like I said, they could be a relative, right? So you have to look at that too. But there is financial support for this program because we know that children in care, the outcomes for them are not as strong as for a child that was raised in the home with their parents and their family. And it's also because probably that home is closer to where they were born, that you can usually stay in the same school, hopefully, or a school very close by. Keep their friends, keep their connections, keep their social groups, stay in the same minor hockey team. So we know that the benefits of keeping children close to their home with someone close to their family are much higher than ones that are moved to a family they've never seen before, they don't know, and it's a foster care system. So in our new framework, there's a lot of emphasis on that. And Mr. Chair, we're changing and remodeling our structure to consistently support that is the first option. So the last option is to take children into care. We're really focused on having that happen as little as possible. There are circumstances where that has to happen, but we're hoping that under our new framework, that will be less prevalent and we'll see more and more children able to stay as close to home as possible.
With just under 5 minutes remaining and 1 minute of that reserved for closing remarks, I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. And some of the people in my life that I have the highest respect for are people that have brought in children into their homes that biologically are not their own, but they're raising them. And it's pretty much up there with sainthood in my books, people that do that. My last question for the minister, well, I'm assuming it'll be the last question. I'm going to divert a little bit, Minister. He knows in Amherst we have this incredible place called the Bridge Workshop, and they actually iron a lot of shirts for Murray and I. They have a laundry service. They do a great job. But I do understand that there's a significant wait list to get in, and I know that persons with disabilities in Amherst, it gives them having that job, having that place to go to every day, builds their self-worth, builds their self-esteem. It's just a great place. They're incredible people, honestly, that work there at the Bridge Workshop. And Joanne Hopper, that's the executive director at the Bridge Workshop, and her staff just do an incredible job. And I'll just leave that question with the minister. Is there any plans to look at increasing funding for places like the Bridge so that they would be able to shorten the wait list of people that are looking to be able to work there at this nonprofit? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
I want to thank the member for their question, Mr. Chair. So we talked a lot about the remedy and the impact of the remedy. So more and more funding is being individualized for each individual as we implement the remedy. Day programs like the Bridge in Amherst would have to look at their business models and make sure they attract people to come in, because the remedy is all about choice. And people may choose to use the services, and they're great. There are great services at the Bridge in Amherst. I know it well. So individuals may choose to do that program. So the Bridge will be working with our representatives, and as they adjust to the remedy. So their business model will adjust. All the day programs that are offered throughout the province of Nova Scotia to people with disabilities are going to have to adjust to attract those people to make choices to come through the individualized funding. So we're working directly with them. We're in constant contact. They know who they can call to bounce ideas and questions off of. So all day programs, and there's Summer Street Industries in Glasgow, there's Steps on Arthur and Truro, there's the Bridge in Amherst, there's many across the province. They're working with our officials to make sure they can progress and change their business model so that they can access the funds as the funding model is totally being changed and transformed due to the human rights remedy. So I have about a minute left. So with that, Mr. Chair, I can make my closing comments? Okay. This is Social Worker Month in March. And I've said it a couple of times today, and we read a statement today in a minister's statement in the legislature celebrating social workers and the good work they do. There are over 400 social workers in opportunities and social development. They do incredible work. As the member across said, they're kind of like angels. Close to sainthood, I think, was the actual quote she used. I would agree with that. They inspire me every day. from talking to them, and we'll continue to get out as soon as the legislature closes for this sitting. We'll be out talking to employees of social development. Opportunities in Social Development has about 1,700 employees serving various roles. These are the people that provide the social safety net for people in need in our province. And whether you're someone receiving income assistance, someone receiving employment supports, a
Order.
person. Apologize.
Order, please. The maximum 40 hours allotted for consideration of supply has elapsed. I recognize the chair of the subcommittee.
No, he doesn't. Name him by because they don't turn on his mic.
Yeah.
The
So where is he?
honorable member for
Colchester what?
for
Tom
Colchester.
Taggart.
Here, for Colchester.
The member for Colchester North.
Chair, I am pleased to report that the Subcommittee on Supply has met for the time allotted to it and considered the various estimates assigned to it.
Shall all remaining resolutions carry? Carried. Resolutions are carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Chair, I move that the Committee of the Whole on Supply do rise and that you report these estimates.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report estimates to the House. We are in recess.
Order. The chair of the Committee of the Whole on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met, has come to agreement on 46 estimate resolutions. The chair has been instructed to recommend these estimates to the favorable consideration of the House, each without amendment.
The motion is that the House concurs in the report of the Committee on the Whole on Supply. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call the order of business introduction of bills?
Introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Defraying of Certain Charges and Expenses of the Public Service of the Province. Speaker, the bill is printed, and I believe the pages have already distributed a copy to each member.
The Honourable Minister of Finance begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide the Defraying Certain Charges and Expenses of the Public Service of the Province.
Bill 81, an act to provide for defraying certain charges and expenses of the public service of the province.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 81, the Appropriations Act 2025, be now read a second time.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 81. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 81, the Appropriations Act 2025, be now read a third time and do pass.
The motion is that the third reading of Bill number 81. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 81, an act to provide for defraying certain charges and expenses of the public service of the province.
Ordered that this bill do pass. Ordered that the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Oh, I was gonna get up and clap. Speaker, would you please call the order of business, public bills, and orders?
Order of business, public bills. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call public bills for second reading?
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call Bill 6?
Bill 6, Agriculture, Energy, and Natural Resources, an Act respecting. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 6 be now read a second time. Nova Scotia, along with the rest of Canada, finds itself in a very unusual situation. We find ourselves in a position where we must defend ourselves and protect our own interest in the face of unprecedented foreign threats on national economy. We are here to stand up against them and stand for Nova Scotians. Everyday Nova Scotians who want a job, a roof over their head. Madam Speaker, if these outside threats have done anything at all, they've united the people of this province and of this country. We've seen our quiet but strong patriotism play out in ways we've never seen before. We're out in full force buying local and supporting local businesses. Our provinces and territories are coming together to clear interprovincial trade barriers. And here in Nova Scotia, our government is working on bolstering our local economy. We're standing up to support our traditional industries, forestry, fishing, and farming. We're tearing down obstacles to create new opportunities. We're tapping into our natural resources to create generational wealth and change for Nova Scotians. Our province is blessed with in-demand natural resources. We're all but surrounded by water. We have the highest tides in the world. We have world-class wind speed. We have a healthy forest sector, historical farming industry, an abundance of agriculture, and a rich mining industry. Our solar industry is booming, and we have other untapped natural resources that can be a game changer for all Nova Scotians. We're moving onshore and offshore wind. We're moving on solar. We're moving on green hydrogen. And it's time to move on other resources that we have to offer. Madam Speaker, in the 80s, people were scared. Instead of looking at science, governments chose blanket bans. All government records about where uranium is and how much we have were destroyed. All opportunity for uranium development and energy was shut down. That signaled to the energy that Nova Scotia wasn't willing to have a conversation about it. And they went elsewhere. They went to other parts of Canada, the world's third largest producer of uranium. Beyond that, we lost our data to properly and responsibly manage this resource. We know there is uranium in Nova Scotia that can impact people's wells. We know that it is a byproduct, radon can impact people's indoor air quality. Without knowing where the uranium is in our geology, it's hard for us to help protect people from those health and safety risks. Today, the world is demanding critical minerals for the transition to the net zero 2050. Canada is one of 31 countries that signed a declaration to triple nuclear energy by 2050. Canada and 30 other countries see this as an essential tool in fighting against climate change. It will also create jobs. On average, mining jobs in Nova Scotia pay over $100,000 a year. In Saskatchewan, uranium mining is one of the safest industries in the province in terms of lost time injuries. When we say mine it elsewhere, we are supporting authoritarian governments around the world to send jobs to other parts of Canada. No one should want that. Everyone wants a reliable supply of places where mining is ethically and sustainably done. That's why uranium is one of Canada's critical mineral list. But it's not on Nova Scotia's because of the ban. Madam Speaker, for too long, we've been saying no. We're at a different moment in time now. We need to take advantage of all of our natural resources, and we can do it safely and responsibly. And we can reap the rewards for generations to come for Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, to put it plainly, if we say we're committed to net zero by 2050 and to being a good global citizen and fighting against climate change, then we should be using our uranium for that good purpose and getting all the jobs and economic benefit for Nova Scotians. We want to bring people home to work in responsible and sustainable industries, creating generational wealth for Nova Scotia. We can't even try when there's a blanket ban in place. We're interested in opportunities. So, Madam Speaker, we're amending legislation to lift that ban, to signal a change, and to find out what is possible. If you're a responsible company that wants to work within Nova Scotia, we want to have a conversation with you. If you're willing to do it with safety and environmental goals in mind, and we're positioning ourselves to have those educated conversations. Removing these blanket bans will open the door to looking at how we can safely explore and use our natural resource. We're not going to do anything that will jeopardize our environment or our people. We're removing the roadblocks to conversations about doing it safely. We want uranium mined safely, and we are committed to do so. That we will take whatever steps are necessary to explore uranium mining safely and lift the bans that we have talked about for the last few decades. Madam Speaker, we're doing this because we cannot continue to ignore opportunities we have here in Nova Scotia. We have committed to 2050 goals, Madam Speaker, and we have to be part of the critical mineral supply in Canada. We're moving forward responsibly to manage all our natural resources to the maximum benefit for all Nova Scotians. The world is looking for solutions to the clean energy transition, and we can contribute our resources to that with all of our counterparts on Team Canada. But the first step is to build our prosperous future, is showing the world today that we are open for business and conversation. Madam Speaker, I mentioned off the top that we value our Nova Scotians' traditional industries, forestry, farming, and fishing. This bill also includes some changes to the agricultural industry. We are repealing and replacing the Agrologist Act. The legislation regulates the agrologists in Nova Scotia. They are professionals who serve the agriculture sector in areas such as production, food safety, and environmental issues. The changes we're making will better address industry needs by providing the ability to make regulations, moving current detailed aspects of the Act into regulations and bylaws to allow more timely updates to match industry's best practices, and updating the Nova Scotia Institute of Agrologists membership classes and their complaints and disciplinary processes. This bill will also include changes to modernize the Agricultural Weed Control Act. The changes will ensure industry is better protected from the introduction and spread of noxious weeds. They will better align Nova Scotia with other provinces to ensure the protection and sustainability of the farming community. Madam Speaker, all these amendments advance Nova Scotia's opportunities. We're doing that by capitalizing on what makes Nova Scotia unique, our abundance and many natural resources. We cannot have outright bans on entire industries. We need to look at the science, we need to understand it, and we need to have the conversations with solid understanding of how to mitigate potential risks and focus on putting Nova Scotia first by curating an environment and industries that provide for our province and our people. This is in no way to prosper. That is the way to provide a prosperity for future of Nova Scotia. Now, my colleague in Energy will have a few moments to speak about the changes to this bill related to his department. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat and look for comments from across the floor.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to say a few words about the energy-related components of this bill. Our job as a government is to lead Nova Scotia to economic success while protecting the health of Nova Scotians and protecting our environment. How we do this is by capitalizing on what makes Nova Scotia unique, our abundant natural resources. We cannot afford to have outright bans on entire industries because of fear. We need to look at all of the science and all of the best practices. We need to understand what is the art of the possible. We must be bold. We must move forward with industries that provide good jobs, while also protecting our environment and our people. That is the way to prosperity for Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, we are sitting on 7 trillion cubic feet of onshore natural gas in Nova Scotia. That's the equivalent of 3 Sable offshore energy projects. Exploration for this gas could bring in $100 million annually. Production could bring billions in royalties that would pay for schools, roads, hospitals, and more. That would bring new, good-paying jobs to our province. That would allow for Nova Scotians to return home, raise their families, and build our communities. And yet today, we are importing all of our natural gas. In fact, we import it from places that are doing it using hydraulic fracturing safely and responsibly. We're importing it because a previous government put on a blanket ban on this technology that's needed to access our onshore natural gas. They made a decision based on fear. And that sent a loud and clear message that Nova Scotia was closed for business. And the industry listened. They left. Because of this ban, we are importing the things we banned, and people elsewhere are profiting. That's a missed opportunity. And that is not forward-thinking and proactive public policy. We should be using our natural resources to our advantage and keeping our money here in our own economy, creating our own jobs, and raising the average wage for our people. With a blanket ban, we can't even try. Madam Speaker, we are sending a new message to industry that we are open again. We want to find out if we can develop our full oil and gas potential here in Nova Scotia, safely and responsibly, and reap the economic benefits. People fear that hydraulic fracturing will contaminate our water supply and drinking water. That is not a risk we would take, Madam Speaker. If you look around at our caucus and you look around this House, most of us on this government side represent rural Nova Scotia. We wouldn't do anything to jeopardize their water. Nova Scotia has a proven track record of developing our resources while maintaining safe environmental standards. Alberta, British Columbia, and Saskatchewan have active and safe hydraulic fracturing activities following rigorous standards. We want to see if we can do it safely here too. And for those who are questioning whether we can do this and still reach our climate change goals, our answer is yes, we can. The U.S. is one of the G7 countries that reduced their greenhouse gas emissions faster than Canada. And they did so without a price on carbon and with natural gas development. Natural gas generation grew faster than renewables in the United States under Democratic President Joe Biden, more than twice as fast compared to 2022. And that shows that natural gas remained a key player in the power sector there. And greenhouse gas emissions still went down. Natural gas is a part of our transition to clean energy. We can't flip a switch and be off fossil fuels. We need cleaner fuels like natural gas to help us reach net zero by 2050. So let us use our own natural gas and reap all the benefits for Nova Scotians here at home. Madam Speaker, building on our natural resources is part of the route to make Nova Scotia a clean energy powerhouse. Another is the historic legislation our government introduced last spring to modernize our electricity system. We're changing how it is structured and regulated. And for the first time, we're tying climate change goals to regulation of the energy sector. Through this bill, we're taking care of one of the many moving parts to get all of that done. We're adding a clause to the Public Utilities Act to allow Efficiency Nova Scotia to extend its current demand-side management plan by 1 year. Efficiency Nova Scotia is moving from a 3-year to a 5-year planning cycle. The extension of its current plan will give time for key changes in the electricity system to be put in place. Madam Speaker, let's remember what is at stake here. We're at a moment in time when we have a chance to transform the future for our children and grandchildren. We can create generational wealth for them, and we can raise everyone up. We need to move on these opportunities, Madam Speaker. They say that Nova Scotia's largest export is its people, and that ends today. We can help our people here at home in good-paying jobs, creating a brighter future for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm just going to say a few words today on this bill, and be very short with my comments. Madam Speaker, I will first just begin by saying that we've heard a lot from both ministers in introducing this bill that these bans were put in place because of fear. But in fact, the bans were put in place after extensive consultation with communities, with scientists, presumably with industry in some ways, and they were put in place with all party support at the time that they were put in place. So to say that there was a whole bunch of fear at one historic point, however many years ago in Nova Scotia, and then we just freaked out, and then then the province stopped moving is just fundamentally untrue. So let's just get rid of that narrative as we move forward through the process of this bill. So there was extensive consultation, and the bans were put in place thoughtfully over time. Nova Scotia is rich in all of the things that the ministers have mentioned, and we do have a critical mineral strategy now, Madam Speaker, that actually doesn't place bans on mining of many different minerals. So we do have that to work with. The bans don't affect that critical mineral strategy. We can also contrary in some way to what the Minister of Natural Resources was saying. We can also collect and analyze geological information about the province without lifting bans. So we can do all of that without lifting the bans. And then, you know, if we find that we've got stores of uranium and this place and that place, and it's really actually safe to do, then we can have that conversation at another time. But for now, we need to actually have the consultation with community. That's how these bans started, and that's how we need to continue talking about them. And so we feel in the NDP that this bill should not have even come to the floor of this legislature without that extensive consultation. Nova Scotians, from one end of the province to the other, want to have their say about this. We've already heard from many, many people, and they will get to have their say at public bills. And so we look forward to hearing from them at public bills. But we maintain that this should not have even come here until that extensive consultation was completed. The other thing I will say is that as someone who's interested in efficiency as a way of meeting our greenhouse gas goals, emission targets, the demand side management, if like 1 year extension for Efficiency Nova Scotia is obviously welcome. Efficiency Nova Scotia is doing amazing work in this province to help us get to our greenhouse, to our reduction goals, and also to make life more affordable and more comfortable for Nova Scotians. And the work they do is invaluable. But I will say that, you know, it feels like with all of this work toward, you know, lifting bans and exploring natural resource extraction, that demand-side management of our energy grid and use, it could have a much bigger place in this conversation. It is sidelined to one clause where we go, oh yeah, we'll let Efficiency One do their work, but rather they should be at the center of this conversation. This should be about how we manage our grid from the demand side so that we can meet our climate goals. So with those few words, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to speak very long. Just say a few comments on the bill. Just a few comments from my colleagues in energy. Why do I forget the other title of the department? I should know. Natural Resources. Sorry. And Nova Scotia's had a long history of resource development. You know, Sable is an example. $4 billion worth of revenue, builds hospitals, builds roads, important infrastructure, scholarships for kids. The list goes, or students. The list goes on and on. We've seen Sable successfully done. We've seen successful mining operations across the province from in various ways. A lot of regulation around them in the event that oversight was needed in these projects. So you know, regardless, we've had a strong history. Now the government wants to expand on that. I can appreciate that too as well. I think that they really should have consulted with the Mi'kmaq before this came to the floor. You know, I think that, you know, I think it is important to understand we support resource development, but you really, I would encourage the government to have those conversations with people before bills come to the floor of this nature. I would argue that I'm sure there's some communities across this province that are like, wait a second, is there going to be a fracking operation in my community? Not because they may agree or disagree, it's not about that, it's because they're shocked because they never heard anything about it in the first place. And the government's putting itself in defense immediately. Whenever there was a project or an operation or somebody was going in to explore, communities would get together, communities would talk about it. The developer came in, this happened in Cape Breton a few times, where they would come and there would be an open meeting and people would have conversations and they would bring their concerns, but they knew because people wanted information. So this is why I think it's important to get through today, because we want that information from people. Every party supported those bans. It's not like, oh, the government previous supported this ban and it's their fault. It's everybody. The Premier supported these bans. So now you're taking the time to remove them. But as my colleague said, the best thing you can do, I said it the other night, is actually do the work. Find out where the critical minerals are, spend that money first. So you know, we did this on the offshore, where we had the data, we gave it to companies, we put it out for bid, and they bid. And sometimes they didn't. But there are things I think the government needs to do before you just say, hooray, we're open for business. You're going to need infrastructure, you're going to need a whole number of things. But I don't want to go too far down that road today. The biggest part of this is consultation. This bill now will go for public consultation, and for us, we look forward from hearing from Nova Scotians their thoughts about this. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources, it will be to close debate on second reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't dwell too long on any of the comments. Everybody's looking forward to hear what Nova Scotians have to say. I do have to correct one of the facts. I can't remember which member said it, but the focus of doing research on uranium, the way the legislation currently is written, we're not even allowed to do the research about that. So we have to open this ban up to do the research of what is in the ground, and hand in hand, we know that industry's interested as well. But with that, Madam Speaker, I move to close debate on Bill 6.
The motion is for second reading on Bill number 6, Agriculture, Emergency and Natural Resources, an act respecting. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 6, an act respecting agriculture, energy, and natural resources.
Ordered that the bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Public Bills. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This concludes government business for today. I hope everybody has a great March break, gets to spend time with their family, their kids, their pets, whatever makes you happy. Let's all come back energized. I move that the House do now rise and meet again March 18th between the hours of 1 and 7.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on Tuesday, March 18th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until Tuesday, March 18th from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. Have a great March break, everyone.